call this meeting to order. Today is this is a regular city council meeting. Today is Thursday, April the 23rd, 2026. It is 5:30 p.m. At this time, we're going to have an invocation from Councilman Carrasco and the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilman Graham.
Heavenly Father, we come together today seeking wisdom beyond our own understanding. Open our eyes to see our city with fresh vision, not only as it has been, but it has the potential to become. Help us recognize new possibilities, new paths, and new solutions. A change that straightens our community, protects its future, and honors the responsibility entrusted to us. Guide our hearts and minds as we make decisions that affect many lives. May we listen with openness, speak with honesty, and act with humility, always mindful of those that we represent. Unite us in purpose, even when perspectives differ, and lead us towards clarity and forward with integrity and hope. Bless this council, this work, and this city. Amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, if you have your cell phone, please put it on silent. And I'm going to open the floor for public comments. This is a time for residents to share with the council any comments, concerns, and/or compliments that they may have. Each speaker is asked to limit their time to 3 minutes. Please come to the podium and state your name for record-keeping purposes. Your comments should be directed to the City Council as a whole and should be related to city business. We ask that everyone remain civil and avoid profanity, threats, or personal attacks on individuals. If comments become disruptive, stray from city business, or violate these rules of decorum, I may pause or end the speaker's time so that we can continue with the meeting. The public comment period is reserved for members of the public. Council members cannot speak during public comment as public speakers, respond to comments made, or get into discussions on any public comments. Such discussions require an agenda item. I'll open the floor for public comments.
Good evening. My name is Hilda Mendoza, Program Director of Meals on Wheels, and I appreciate everything that the city does for Meals on Wheels. The reason I'm here today is we've been having a lot of issues with dogs roaming around while our volunteers are trying to deliver a meal to our clients. It's becoming so hard. As it is, we have a hard time getting volunteers to help us out, and then trying to, deliver that meal. So that's my concern. What kind of ordinance does the city have for the dog owner to be responsible to keeping their dogs tied up or in a leash or whatever? That's my concern right now that we're having. Thank you so much.
Any other public comments?
Hi, I'm Nancy Anchondo. I'm a business owner and a taxpayer for Reeves County. I'm here to ask you to not renew Tommy Gonzalez's contract, which is to end April the 30th. A bad choice was made, which cost us way too much money. Money that could have been used elsewhere in our community. He's a man who's got his hands in multiple honey pots, a smooth talker, with little to show for our investment. I'm going to ask that you please stop the bleeding. As I looked into Midland City Manager, I decided to look into our own. Mr. Lino has given himself 3 assistants plus Tommy as a consultant. Per his contract, he does all the city hiring. I assume he himself has formed his team that includes 3 of them earning 6-figure salaries. Is it really necessary to have so many assistants? What does Mr. Lino do then if he has 4 people helping him do his job? Either we downsize or we look for a new city manager that is more capable at strengthening our department heads. How are all these folks coming on board to shape our town? Mr. Lino, Tommy Gonzalez, and his 3rd assistant, which earns more than the 1st assistants, all worked in El Paso at the same time. Where Tommy was fired, where Nicole lied on her resume and ran town, Is that conflict of interest? Are we hiring who's best and most capable, or are we bringing friends along to share a piece of the pie? A few years back, I asked Holly why our town was so dirty, why trash isn't picked up in certain areas. Her response was, we are short-handed, or we don't have funds for that. Department heads need more employees, more resources allocated to them. Our city manager controls that. I asked a few of our council members, when will they fulfill their campaign promises? After nagging them a while, I learned that there is a stone wall created by our city manager. The reason our town is dirty is because it has not been made a priority. The reasons you were voted in have not been satisfied, and I know that it's not for a lack of effort, it's due to a lack of support. Instead of asking the community to volunteer for cleanup efforts, you should utilize tax dollars to hire more staff where needed, not getting more assistance. In closing, I want to ask that you please be resourceful with our money. The fact that we have it does not mean that we have to spend all of it. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, I will close public comments at this time. We will go on to our consent agenda. Approve the minutes for the April 9th, 2026 regular city council meeting. Review the PD, ACO, and ESD call reports for March 2026. Review the expenditure report and review the second quarter treasury report.
Charles, I got some questions on page 6. I believe it's page 6. Deerwood construction pressure improvements area 186, 1 and 6. What is the pressure improvements mean?
That's the current system that they're doing right now that you all approved as in your contract, Randy. That what it does is it loops in the systems because we had several of our water supply lines that did in, and this system, this is to change it to where the pressure around the town is better, and it's putting them in the loop. And that's going on along Stafford Road, along Veterans, and on the east side right now, or on the west side right now.
Also on that same page, Texas Pacific Land Corporation. So we have to electrical right of way for TNP.
Yes, sir.
Why are we paying that, not TNP?
Because that's the easement that we have to do, that we have to get across the landowner's land to have power for our new water wells on the major water well project that we have south of town.
Right, but that easement is for to put the poles and stuff like that. That's not the responsibility of TNP.
TNP puts in the power lines, and we have those. They will be our power lines on that easement right there, Randy. And it's dedicated strictly for the water wells. That's the reason why it's that way. It's not TNP asking for the easement; it is us asking for the easement.
Is that south of town?
Yes, sir.
How's our records deal coming along? Is it almost through? Ready? Our records retention, is it all, how does it?
Yes, sir. That's something that we incur annually. We do it, and they bring them in and they file them electronically. And we have a record retention policy, and so when it comes time for them to be destroyed, they're destroyed by the company.
Any more questions? I move that we approve the consent agenda items.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Graham, a second from Councilman Saldana to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to table items F1, F6, and F16 due to Councilman Arona's absence. He wants to have input in those items. Do I have a motion?
Which one second, Mayor?
F1, F6, and F-16.
I'll make the motion. Table F1, F6, and F16.
Okay?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Saldana, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to table items F1, F6, and F16. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Okay, so then we will go on to item F2. Discuss, consider the professional consulting services agreement with Thomas Gonzalez scheduled to expire April 30th, 2026. Strategic Goal 6, sound governance and fiscal management.
I would like to make a motion to do that. I know his contract runs out in a week or two, but I would like for everybody to know how we feel about this to also put it on record. So we'll make the motion that we terminate Tommy Gonzalez's contract
For April 30th,
for April 30th.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Graham, a second from Councilman Carrasco to let Tommy Gonzalez's contract expire on April the 30th. All those in favor say aye.
No, not that motion. I didn't add that in there.
Okay.
I did we terminate it.
You want to terminate it
Yes.
as of April 30th.
That's right.
So the motion is to terminate his contract as of April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Go to item F3, update regarding the city's organizational structure and process improvements as they relate to the strategic plan, strategic goal 6, sound governance and fiscal management.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nicole Farini, Assistant City Manager. Tonight, I am here to give you an update on our reorganized organizational structure and process improvements that have been in progress over the last several months, focused on strengthening service delivery and execution. This particular presentation is supportive of Goal 6, sound governance and fiscal management, which aligns budgeting, capital planning, and operations with the priorities that this council and this community have set forward for us. It is intended to strengthen our internal processes and performance management of this incredibly complex organization and increasingly complex organization, supporting a high-performing and coordinated workforce, ultimately improving service delivery and accountability to the public. Our objectives tonight are to provide an update on our organizational structure as it aligns with the strategic plan, to demonstrate how recent process improvements are strengthening service delivery and accountability, to clarify how organizational alignment and targeted support are in fact improving our operational performance, and to outline next steps to sustain that progress and support the continued growth of Pecos. What you're seeing here, Council, is an overview of how we have reorganized the city structure. You'll notice that I did not create a graphic that is your typical hierarchical structure. What I'm trying to show here is that the way that a city works is very organic and centered around the city manager. The city manager is like the neural network of the organization itself. From the city manager, you have basically four separate, branches. Those branches are core to the operation of this city. You have public safety that is led by the chief of police. You have your governance and legal branch, which is our city attorney, our city secretary, and our fire marshal. On the other side are two assistant city managers, one in charge of organizational services and one in charge of development and infrastructure. Again, as the city begins to grow and the departments themselves grow, the complexity of that work also grows, and so it requires additional supervision. Under organizational services, you can think of this branch as the backbone, the spine of the internal operations of the city itself. This can be incredibly complex, especially as we start to grow in workforce, in budget, and in economic development. Human resources, finance and budget, technology and innovation, which is in essence your information technology department, which, by the way, does much more than just turn on the computers, which is why we're looking at it as a space for innovation. How do we improve services through technology? Our communications and public affairs, which assists us not only in intergovernmental relations, but also looking at how we are communicating all of the things that are going on, not just in the town of Pecos City, but all across the region as they affect our community. And then, as I said, finance and budget, I mean, this is incredibly important to the operation of the city. Our charter is about fiscal responsibility and fiscal management in service of the community. And so finance and budget are really what keep us in line in that space. And then finally, human resources, which is, again, the backbone, the workforce itself, how we are managing not only a workforce that can deploy those services, but is advancing professionally and developing and keeping pace with other benchmark cities around the country and around the world. In development and infrastructure, you have three major categories. You have community and economic opportunity. This is your parks department. This is your economic development department. This is where we are really outward facing in the community and looking at growth. You also have public works, which is basically all things that are built, and I'm going to get into this in a little more detail in a moment. And you also have planning and inspections, which includes things like code, GIS, permits, building inspections, etc. But why does all this matter? I keep mentioning the rapid growth of this community. That's partially why I've been asked to be here, is that as this community grows, it does require enhanced professional management. And so we want to accelerate that growth, but also manage that investment in the community of Pecos in a way that is responsible and at the will of this council. We have increasing service demands as our community grows, not only in physical size and population, but also in terms of opportunity. We have greater operational complexity, again, looking at the number of businesses that want to come and invest in our community, the needs of this community expanding and demanding more. There is a greater complexity to managing that, and that's, again, really, really important, and why this structure matters so much. Taking this from plan to execution, you all have a strategic plan that was in place before I got here. It was worked by our professional consultant in concert with the staff, with the council, and with the community. And that strategic plan reporting has already been institutionalized. But it's time to take that to the next level. It's time to take it from paper to reality, to implementation. In order to do that, we have to really align those priorities that have been established with the operations that I just mentioned. So again, as I talk about complexity, I'm not talking about it in the abstract. There are 8 goals, and under each of those goals, you all have identified clear priorities that must be deployed within a specific amount of time. And so as we align that, we have to say, what are the operations that are supporting that? Do we have the appropriate workforce? And how are we building that out from top to bottom and back up again? We want to see increased accountability and transparency. I think we've heard that over and over again, not just from the council, but also from the community. And we have shown that. I myself, in the last 2 months, I think actually this is my 2-month anniversary, this council meeting, so 8 weeks that I've been here. I have heard over and over again how we want to be more transparent about why we're doing some of these things, and that's why I'm standing here tonight giving you this update. This model that we've built really creates balance across growth, operations, safety, and governance, while all maintaining coordination through the city manager's office. The city is not a simple business. It's not a small business. This is a very complex organism that is accountable to over 12,000 people in this community. And frankly, we become accountable to even more than that. We all have heard the numbers. Over 60,000 people come in and utilize the services in our community, the infrastructure in our community, because of the transitory workforce that we have. That makes Pecos a community that punches way above its weight in terms of that complexity. So I thought I would take a moment to explain the executive coordination. There have recently been questions and concerns about how that operates, and so I want to create that transparency and that clarity. As Pecos grows, so does that complexity of delivering services. Without the right structure and the right processes in place, codified,
not just spoken, but written down, standard operating procedures, processes, policies, ordinances, resolutions, all of those things, and ultimately the communication with the public. Without all of that, this growth can lead to delays, inefficiencies, and inconsistent service. And this is what we've actually heard. You all will recall a few weeks ago I gave a presentation on code compliance, and we talked about the inconsistency of service, not for a lack of passion and hard work on the part of the staff, or for lack of need in the community, or even necessarily a lack of resources, but a lack of that structure. So all of this work that I'm talking about this evening is about staying ahead of that. And that's really how a good business runs. I think all of you would agree. So here what you're seeing is the executive structure within the town of Pecos City. The city manager is intended to provide strategic leadership, alignment with the needs and the priorities of the council. The city manager spends a significant amount of time coordinating with each of you and preparing for these meetings so that we understand strategically from a 100,000-foot level what needs to happen in the town of Pecos City. His responsibilities also extend to coordinating with other leadership, whether it be at the county level, with the school districts, with other municipalities in the region, with the state, and with the federal government. Those duties are intensive, and they require 100,000-foot leadership. Assistant city managers. I just described how we've separated that into two categories. What you see here on the right and left of the slide is the breadth of work, the breadth of portfolio that each one of us holds. And it really lines up with what I was just saying. The easiest way to look at the difference between what I am doing as assistant city manager and what Heather is doing as an assistant city manager, we're the dynamic duo here. We are splitting up an intensely complex organization. Myself on the development and infrastructure side, as I mentioned, planning and inspections, which includes code compliance, which includes things like dilapidated buildings, weeds, junk vehicles, and 45 other categories of code compliance that we're required to oversee, execute, and create compliance on the back end legally through a pretty complicated process. Permits, this is also in our purview. This is really anything when businesses are coming in, new developments, getting in there and being able to process those permits in an expedited amount of time so that we make sure business never stops in the town of Pecos. In addition to that, we have building inspections, we have planning and GIS. Planning is actually a really important function that I think often gets overlooked. As we grow, we recently had a lot of discussions in recent council meetings around annexation. We've had conversations about new developments. Planning is about really understanding how are those developments and those moves really benefiting the residents of the town of Pecos City, and that is a lane of work all on its own. You all saw a presentation on GIS very recently from Lucas Chavez, and I think you were all really impressed at the breadth of what that technology can do for us. But beyond the technology, the expertise that is required to gather all of that information. Public Works is also in my portfolio. Public Works includes water and wastewater. It includes capital improvement, which is all of the buildings, everything that comes out of the ground, all of the maintenance that happens on facilities like this, the new city council chambers, any new construction that occurs within the city limits is in capital improvement. You all previously might have thought of it as facilities and maintenance, but we're calling that capital improvement because those are capital investments, those are assets for the city, which require extensive project management and skill level and experience to be able to execute properly and achieve that fiscal responsibility that we're all demanded to achieve. Streets, everything that goes on, everything that you drive on, whether that's street repair, street replacement, we're also talking about sidewalks, everything in and around that space. We also have what you all are accustomed to seeing as landfill. We are calling that environmental services. Why? Because there is so much more than just managing the landfill that this team actually does. And again, as we grow, those services are going to grow, those needs are going to grow. What I like to say about Public Works is that it's one of those categories where if everything is working perfectly, no one says anything. One thing breaks, and we hear from everyone, and we have to be positioned to be able to respond to that. That requires tight process and structured management. Community and economic opportunity, as I mentioned, airport, parks, the CVB, which is tourists that are coming into our community, really managing how are we looking at our hotel occupancy tax funds, how are we utilizing those, how are we leveraging them against the existing budgets that we have here in our community to make sure that, yes, we're attracting tourists, but how are we benefiting the residents of Pecos at the same time? That leads into something that you've not seen before inside the city, which is economic development. We have a strong partnership with many of the external entities, including the EDC, which you're going to see tonight, several presentations, but it takes a lot of structured work and agreements and conversations and partnerships to be able to execute economic development in a way that is effective for everyone. And so as you can see, just that one portfolio is quite a bit. On the other side, the other half of the dynamic duo is really holding up the backbone of this organization. As I mentioned, budget, accounting, utility billing. This is all of the money that's coming in and goes out of our institution. And to manage that properly and make sure that we walk away with not only strong fiscal responsibility, but things like clean audits. And I think that's something that, for example, Mr. Brown would very much appreciate, asking the questions each time about our expenditure reports. We appreciate that, but we also appreciate that we have the capacity to answer those questions. Technology innovation, as I mentioned, not just turning on the computers, special projects such as AV that we're working on right now for our new city council chambers, but also looking at how are we utilizing technology to better serve residents and create faster service delivery. Cybersecurity, which is incredibly important to cities these days. Ransomware attacks are more and more common in public spaces. That puts taxpayer dollars at jeopardy, and we need sophistication to be able to deal with that. And then, of course, your help desk functions that basically keep all of us going and have me standing here today with a functioning presentation. Communications and public affairs, media management, marketing and promotion. Edward and Clarissa do a phenomenal job, a small but mighty team that, again, I think punches way above its weight. And then finally, of course, municipal court. But in closing, the assistant city managers are responsible for this broad portfolio of departments and services. That breadth improves coordination, it supports faster decision making, and it ensures closer oversight of high priority work. Following the assistant city managers, also in the executive office of the city, the town of Pecos City, is the assistant to the city manager. And I want to call this out because I think there's some confusion. Assistant city manager, assistant to the city manager. These are different roles. Assistant city managers manage the portfolios I mentioned. The assistant to the city manager provides strategic leadership, brings very specific insight on council alignment and external coordination, making sure that there is follow-through from the executive level, not just in what we are saying, but in the departments themselves. But at the end of the day, residents don't experience organizational charts. They may not care, how do we structure this? But they experience service. They experience what they see out in the streets every single day. But these changes, as I mentioned, are designed to make that experience faster, clearer, and more reliable. In just the 2 months that I've been here, we have implemented a number of processes that have not only increased the professionalism of how we deliver that service, but the speed at which we do so. 2 weeks ago, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, you all gave us 120 days to take a look at code compliance. And I already mentioned how we recognize that those processes needed to be improved. We have spent that time standardizing code enforcement processes, bringing in cross-departmental coordination. This is not about just working with 3 code officers that we have on staff. This is about pulling in a cross-functional team of multiple departments so that we can process map and redesign the execution of code enforcement so that we can deliver better, stronger, and faster results for the community. Why do we need external support to do this? This is another question that has come up multiple times. External support brings proven practices from other cities. This isn't about making this up as we go along. It's about bringing experience from where we have all been, but also looking at what are the best practices from cities around the country where these practices have worked. We're not trying things that haven't been executed before. We are implementing best practice. External support supports complex process improvement work, accelerates implementation, and allows the staff to stay focused day to day on the job that we were hired to do. And so this is why that external support matters. But what does all that mean for residents? As I mentioned, faster service delivery, clearer process, and expectations. Consistency. That was one of the number one things, that was the number one thing that we heard, not just from you all, but from the community, was that sometimes it's excellent, sometimes it's not. We need it to be excellent every time. We need to communicate better, not just with, with you all, with each other, but also with the public. So more consistent execution as a result.
Can we go back to the code enforcement external support?
Yes.
Can you give me examples of external support that we're utilizing right now?
Absolutely. So actually in this particular side, what you're looking at is a workshop that we held just after, I think it was the week after I asked for the 120 days. We brought in our professional consultant to work with us in an all-day session to process map and identify challenges across all 45 categories of code enforcement. We spent that day not only process mapping, but looking at how the experience and the examples that he brought from other communities, not just that he has worked in before, but that he researched prior to that workshop, helping us understand how we can take a process, and actually I'm going to go to the next slide because I start to talk about it here. We identified that the current process, now this varies a little bit by category, but more or less the current process can take as long as 100 days. In that workshop, our consultant helped us identify mechanisms to bring that down under 30 days, and I'm going to steal my own thunder a little bit for July when I come back and show you the process. We actually think we can get that to under 2 weeks. And so it's that kind of support that really helps. In addition to that, sir, I think tangible examples, we have best practice ordinances around weeds and rubbish, junk vehicles, and dilapidated buildings that have been brought in from other communities and resources and research that the consultant had done. We're now comparing that to our existing ordinances and trying to figure out how we make that work for the town of Pecos City, and we're doing that as fast as we can in conjunction with our consultant. Since that, not only do we accelerate the analysis, but we've now deployed field verification, and we're redesigning that process, but we're also activating community engagement around these issues so that we can aggressively move faster towards those tangible results. Right now, one of the solid pieces that we've come away with is how to really use data and data-driven analysis to get us to action. This is something, there's a software that's been deployed in other cities, again, brought to us by our consultant, a software called C-Click Fix. It is an app that allows residents and anyone, frankly, that has access to the app to be able to report an issue and immediately on the back end have that come to staff and be able to get a follow-up report that says we've executed, this was the issue, or this is not an issue, or whatever. Give that follow-up note to that resident. And so that's one of the things that we've been working on as well. But in the meantime, we're leveraging our GIS mapping of complaints and concerns. I'm going to show you something today that really looks at dilapidated buildings. We have a list of every structure in our community, and I'm actually going to see if I don't mess this up. I want to show you on this is the GIS map. And so what you're seeing here is every structure that we have counted in our community, 3,700 structures. In terms of housing condition, we've had our teams go out and field verify what condition those structures are in. If they are green, they are in good condition. They are habitable. If they are purple, well, I'm sorry, orange yellow, thank you, Lucas. They are in fair condition, which means they probably need some work. What does that tell us? That tells us that there's a number of different tools that we can activate to potentially bring those back up to code. We can work with those residents. And then the red is where we know that these are poor condition facilities. And what you can do here with the GIS, I'm not going to spend too much more time on it, but you can click on it and you can see, actually I'm going to click on one that's been done. Here we go. You can see what is the address, what is the condition, and then we've had our team out there taking photos of the structures. So if you recall, the last time I was here, we couldn't tell you how many, we couldn't tell you what condition they were in. We are now in the process of getting through that. And so this is part of that, this is a preview of that process. This is not finished, but I feel like, probably like some of you, I am a little bit impatient and I couldn't wait to show you all what we've been doing already. And as I mentioned, this 100-day cycle, we're hoping to pull that under 30 days. I want to take a quick moment before I move on. And I asked some of the team to be here. If you all are on the cross-functional team for code enforcement, I'd like you to stand, please. These are the faces of the staff that are serving they get up every single day and serve this community, and they are working on this effort with passion and with purpose, and we're going to get it done for these people, but it's so important, and I just wanted to thank them and say what a privilege it is to lead you all.
Thank you.
So one more thing, and I'm gonna really call out our media team here, our communications and public affairs team, because they really did a bang-up job in organizing this. Edward and Clarissa, I saw Edward, there he is. Success. We had one of our largest community cleanup events to date. This says that our community is in this with us. And while I understand absolutely it is not the community's responsibility to have to come and clean up our community, but it is a part of this. We are in this together. All those folks that you just saw stand up, they don't just work for the city. They live here too. And so working together with our community in an event like this is extremely empowering. This particular cleanup included Highway 17, Highway 285, County Roads 116 and 118 and 3rd Street. We missed some of y'all at that event, but we hope that we'll catch you next time. But this really showcases the community's commitment, and I want to highlight this list of organizations that's here in the middle. I'm not going to read them all, you can read them, but you can also see the number of city departments that participated. We had 73 volunteers, 109 large bags of trash, and 3 tons of heavy debris. By the way, that doesn't happen without executive coordination, management, and resourcing. The next steps is that we will continue to work hard for you every single day to both structure and process improvement as this organization and this community grows, with a focus on service delivery, accountability, and transparency. We're happy to sit down with anyone that has concerns, because we are invested in that growth and in you all. We'll continue that process improvement. We're going to advance infrastructure priorities and maintain that transparent reporting. Thank you all so much.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've got a lot of moving parts.
Yes.
What about the accountability?
Yes.
How's that going to fit in? To make sure that process,
That the process improvement is working? Absolutely. So that is actually where the strategic plan comes in hard and strong. The strategic plan has specific metrics that will be guided by this process improvement. So when I stand here and tell you that we had a 100-day process, and we're committing to bring that down under 30 days, we think I'm trying to get it down to 2 weeks, that is an accountability metric. Now, not just one time, over time. And you've started to see already an example. 2 weeks ago, I believe I brought a parks update to you all. We talked about the state of our park system. And I said to you, we would be back quarterly to let you know this is what's going on with our parks. This is how we're expanding them. This is how we're improving them. We're going to be doing the same thing with infrastructure. We're going to be doing the same thing with economic development. We're going to be here and accountable to you all through hard numbers, saying this is what we've shot for, and this is what this is when we hit the target. And so I'm hoping that that is something that we can ultimately dashboard and make available for the public, so that they also can see transparently what their city is doing for them.
like the consultants, you mentioned consultants in there
Correct.
too. Who oversees them, make sure they're doing their work, like we just.
Yes.
I don't hate to bring up Tommy again.
Sure,
But
no,
he
that's
went
okay.
a year, I would like to know what Parker is, if we can get a refund. Read the agreement and see, because I guess he didn't do anything for a year, we never got a report or anything, but who's gonna oversee the ones in the future?
So it depends on which department they fall in. So I would suggest to you that anyone that is going to be working with strategic planning at that level is going to be accountable to either of the assistant city managers and ultimately the city manager. If it falls into, say we hire a consultant to manage our infrastructure projects. We have several right now, our engineers that come in and work with us. That falls under my portfolio, and ultimately, sir, the buck stops right here, although ultimately I think this man will say it stops over there. But hopefully it'll be me overseeing those things and being accountable to you all, making sure that those metrics are done. The other thing, it's a process improvement and it's a work in progress, but one of the things that we've been working on very steadily is taking a look at the structure of our agreements. I think making sure that those agreements are more explicit and making sure that those deliverable benchmarks are met. I think the danger of having it too broad is that those expectations are not clear on either side. And so there can be an appearance, a false appearance of a lack of progress. But I think that at the end of the day, you all have seen, and I've shown you, even in the only 2 months that I've been here, that I'm willing to stand here and be accountable to you and tell you this is what we're getting and this is what we're doing. And frankly, this is where we've missed it. I've stood here before and said, I'm never going to not tell you what's happening, even if that news isn't good.
I have one thing to say,
Yes, sir.
and it's for the community. You know, we didn't hire an extra assistant manager. What we hired was an individual to come and fill an open position, which was a public works director. But because of the scope of work that was put on her, the title had to change. And that's why we didn't add another assistant city manager like everybody thinks. She filled a position that the gentleman left, the public works director. Now she does that, plus whatever else is going on. And this community is growing, and it's been growing for the last 2-3 years. And it needs help from outside, because there's people in Pecos. I've lived here all my life, except for the 35 years I was left. When I came back, this place was bad. And now it's starting to turn around. And it takes leadership to do that. And it takes certain individuals in certain positions to make this happen, because it didn't happen overnight. I've been in the council 8 years, and it's been happening for the last 3 years, because different positions got changed, the personnel got changed. People with vision, people with ideas, people with motivation to move. And it takes money, it takes support from us, it takes the support from the community, because it's all about the community. It's not about what the council is doing, how great we are, or any other boards. It's about Pecos, Texas. Because if we have this Pecos pride, where is it? It sure wasn't here 5-6 years ago. I came back in 2010 and I was sick. My dad worked for this city for years and years. And now it's starting to change. And what I like to see is people start supporting Pecos, start supporting the city, start supporting the county, because jobs are being opened. There's a lot of work here. People are coming because this is the place, this is the hub. I worked in the oil field 41 years, and it's a lot of work. And now it's being diversified. And that's what we need, because one day, I've been to 4 booms of the oil from the 1980s to now. And right now it's growing and growing. And the opportunity is here, and we gotta grab it by the horns and run with it until that time comes. But as we're growing, we have smart people. I've heard this comment once before. You know, there's a lot of smart Mexicans in this place, and I'm not being, Pecos is smart. There's a lot of smart people in Pecos, because it's all kinds of people, black, white. I mean, we got Cubans, we got all kinds of people here making this thing work, and it takes all of us working together. You know, we got a lobbyist that has opened the door for us to take all these big trucks out of here and bring them into town. So we're trying to do the best that we can with what we have, and it's nice to have the support of people when they come like this, giving us ideas. We need housing. We don't have housing. Where are we going to put all these people that are coming? We got 2 power plants coming with employees. Where are we going to put them? And we're not going to put them in RVs. That's not what we want. Not in this town. So we gotta work together. And I like to see the community, because I come in here a lot, and I see what these people do, and I go to different places to see them at work, and they need our support. This is our own homegrown folks working for the town of Pecos, And I was voted to be this, and I got one more term if possible. If not, that's fine with me. But I accomplished what I wanted, to change the vision of town. We gotta change the mentality of people. Because Pecos is growing, and it's gonna grow regardless if you want it to grow or not. Join the bandwagon, or get out of the way. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Nicole, John, can you come up here, please? So Nicole, this is John Salcido. He's our
Yes.
Executive Director
Hi.
for the Housing Finance Corporation. And I won't take up too much of this really quick, but John, some of those list of addresses, you might want to double check they're not on the list of homes that need repair and improvement. I won't get off topic or off agenda here really quick, but one thing, John, I want to figure out down the road is we're repairing these homes that are dilapidated structures. Let's see if we can mark that off the list of some of the homes that they already set to do in the future. But also, let's say you fix the homes, right? What about the debris that's around those homes that these elderly need help? And that's something that we could talk about some other time, but that's something that you guys can conjoin effortly together to see if those addresses are on the HFC addresses list of repairs to be done.
Absolutely, sir. That's a fantastic idea.
Thanks,
Thank you.
John.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, we'll go to item F4, presentation from Texas Tech on the Healthy Communities Program for a potential community health awareness program in the town of Pecos City. This is under strategic goal 5, promote open and consistent communication.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Iram Zaidi, and it's a pleasure to meet with the council, the mayor, and everybody from the city office here today. We are from Texas Tech, and we're a community. We agree with everything you've said about everything needs to be about the community. So we're a community-based program. We're in partnership with the F. Marie Hall Foundation, the Permian Strategic Partnership, Beacon Health Alliance, and from HSC ourselves. We developed this community-based program for communities such as Pecos, the Permian Basin as a whole, where in the federal government, people are not really counted or seen. The areas in the Permian Basin in this red circle are considered non-core. They're not large enough to be counted. They're not small enough to be a metro. And what happens is that our health outcomes here are very poor. So in each of these graphs, these are premature deaths from COPD in the top left. On the right is premature deaths from cancer. The bottom is stroke, and the bottom right is heart disease. That top line are our communities here in the Permian Basin. You can see that we have the highest premature deaths from all of these conditions, and you can see that the lines are not changing. The trajectory from 2010 to 2022 is staying high. While if you're living in a large metro area, those premature deaths are declining from COPD, cancer, stroke, and heart disease. Now, there are a variety of reasons why this is happening. One of them is that there are not enough doctors, hospitals, clinics that are available in our areas. So, and we know that they're not going to ever be enough because the market value isn't there. And unfortunately, healthcare has become a very market-driven business. So we started our program in Crane, Texas in 2024, August of 2024. And over the past 15 months, we have screened over 50% of the adult population in Crane. Now, Crane is very close to Odessa, where there are multiple hospitals and clinics and doctors. We'll talk about that in a minute. But even there, we saw in Crane, almost 60% of the adult population was either pre-diabetic or diabetic. Over 50% were obese, and 60% were hypertensive. So when we think about that stroke and the premature death from stroke, the premature death from heart disease and COPD, it's because we're not getting the access and the early access to care. So we've developed a program, and this is based on our work that we've done over the past 20 years, and really arming the community with their own data so that they can understand where they are in their health trajectory and they can make those informed choices. So we're developing programs that we can improve the health conditions of our working population. This is not just in the seniors. This is in our 18 to 44-year-old population. And if we look at those trajectories, it's worse than where we are right now. We want to address the significant quality of care, and we are very outcome and impact driven. So we measure ourselves every step of the way. We believe accountability, transparency, and impact is critical. And we live by those words. So we are trying to prevent the organ damage. We are trying to prevent the dialysis that costs $15,000 a month for 10, 15, 20 years, however long the person may live. We're trying to prevent that stroke, prevent mortality, early mortality, and do this in a very data-driven way, step by step. So with PSP and F. Murray Hall and Beacon, we're trying to develop playbooks because this has never happened before. If we had developed this, we all wouldn't be in this situation trying to figure it out. So we started in Crane, a population of about 4,000 people, a small contained rural town. So it's been a very specific model for Crane in Reeves County, where you're distributed size of Delaware, 15,000 plus people, 12,000 plus people, and people are using EMS as their PCP. We know that's not sustainable. And then we'll be going to Hobbs next, where it's a much larger population. They have stronger CBOs, community-based organizations working with the hospitals, so a different model there. And we're wanting to see, do these models work? Do they change? Do they bring hypertension down? Do they bring the prevalence of blood sugar, diabetes, and prediabetes down? So in Crane, we've been door to door in Crane, Texas. We know the community very well. We're now embedded at the fire station in Crane. We have special events with the community at the churches, school events, etc. And we've been working with first responders, the sheriff's office, the fire station, police, to provide them these tools so they can have a healthy workforce. We're very excited to start in Balmorhea on March 8th. And since March 8th, we have screened over 204 residents, and over 165 of the residents are in the program. So that's Balmorhea and Saragossa. In this past week we were there, some people from Pecos started driving down. We're like, how did you hear about us? They said our friend is in it. They said this would be very helpful. So obviously there's an important demand that we want to meet that demand. We've also had special events at the school, the churches, the food bank, and individuals are coming from all over the county. Now let me show you what we're doing. What we're doing is we're screening people for their hemoglobin A1C, so the test for prediabetes and diabetes, taking and weighing. And if they're hypertensive, pre-diabetic, diabetic, or obese, for the next 18 months, we're providing them continuous glucose monitors, this blood pressure cuff that is Bluetooth enabled, and there's an app on your phone so you can follow trends over time, and this scale that gives you your muscle mass, your body fat, your water, your lean mass. So as we're evolving, we know we want to keep our muscle and lose the fat, and the scale can tell you that. And then the hemoglobin A1C test. So these are all free and they're anonymous. We don't take anybody's names. F. Murray Hall was very kind and gave us a grant to be able to give these products for free. These are all available over the counter, and individuals can use those. So I wanted to share the data from Balmorhea, and I put a plus Saragossa and some outlying areas around Saragossa as well. But in the 6 weeks, 60% of those who were screened were women, and you can see we have all age groups reflected. Our working population, our younger population, and elderly. I hope you caught what I said earlier about Crane, where we found nearly 60% of individuals were pre-diabetic or diabetic. We're seeing something very different in Balmorhea. We're seeing half that prevalence. And I think it's because they don't have the Dairy Queen, the Sonic, all the fast food 5 minutes away. They actually cook at home and eat that food, which is great. So hence we see that. We understand that ultra-processed foods are not good for us, and the data actually show that here. What we are excited about, and on the graph on the right in blue is pre-diabetes. So I really feel that that should have a different name because we should intervene even when we're pre-diabetic. And in orange is diabetic. What we've seen people do in Crane is use their data from the CGM, and they're able to bring down their hemoglobin A1C results. And I'll show you that slide in just a minute. And so all these people who are on this blue, it's an opportunity right now with some small changes, often without even having any medication. You look at what food is raising your sugar, and you're like, oh, maybe I'll do a little less of that, and I'll do a little bit more of walking. So on this slide, this is what the CGM show you. So this area in green is where you want to be. That's your target range. This is when your sugar goes high, maybe from a full sweet tea, maybe from my Coke, I don't know. And then you can see that it comes down and it comes back in the green. These are the things when people understand what the relationship is with food, with exercise, with sleep, and making those small changes in Crane, they're already starting to make a difference in their own health. What we have found in Balmorhea is similar to what we have found in Crane in terms of the prevalence of hypertension, systolic, and diastolic. And you can see that it starts in the early ages. So again, thinking about that stroke, the heart disease, these are the things that we can intervene early as well. And then the other thing we found was similar to Crane, 56% had a BMI greater than 30. The school and folks from the school, our program is 18 and above. They're like, can you start talking to us in the high school, 16 to 18? So this is something we're considering. So what does this mean for the Permian Basin and potentially rural communities at large? So we see encouraging data from Crane. On the left is the prevalence of pre-diabetes in the dark green and diabetes in the light green. This scale goes to 40%. The scale for Balmorhea only went up to 20% by age group. But what you see now, for the individuals who've been in the program for 3 months and had 3-month follow-up data, at the start of the program, on average, their hemoglobin A1C was 7.4. So they were deep in diabetes. With their own work, and they've done a variety of different things, they've been able to bring it down less to 6.8, and they continue to bring it down more and more. So when you can see your data, you can make that action. The other thing that's very concerning to us, but now that individuals have this data, they can take it to their doctor. So this is an individual who was receiving or is receiving medication for their diabetes. This one under 180 is that green box that I was showing you earlier. This person has not been in the green the entire time despite being on diabetes medication. So they can now take this data to their doctor and say, this is not working for me. We need to do something different. And many people have, and they share this data with their doctor routinely. So our Crane model is different. Our Balmorhea model is different, and we'd like to start in Pecos. We already know there's a demand. People are driving down to Balmorhea for the tools and to get screened. So we're very interested in starting in Pecos. We know that you have a growing community. There are growing needs. We want it to be a healthy community. So today we wanted to come and present this to you. I think our model in Pecos will obviously be different than Balmorhea and even Crane, given the dynamic nature of all that is happening here. PSB had done an economic analysis using the Crane data. Now, obviously, there's a human toll to all of this, but there's also an economic impact. They estimate that $5.3 billion are impacted based on these untreated conditions just in the Permian Basin. So as Pecos is trying to grow and be better, making sure we're helping individuals be healthy and then the economy be healthy. Now, it's really important to us for us to have people from the community to be a part of our field teams. We find people, and we have a great team right now who's from Odessa and Midland, working in Crane. They're looking to be in the medical field, going into medical school, PA school, DO. They're first generation with a passion to help their community. So that passion, I think, really comes through in making sure that we're all accountable to the community with impact. So thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions, anything specific. We want to be, we would love to have some space if possible in an area where I know things are changing in a variety of different ways, but perhaps where there's more of an underserved population and starting there, but we're happy to receive your feedback and any recommendations. or questions. Thank
I
you.
have a question.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this to the light. I have a spot in Balmorhea, and when I'm in Balmorhea, the first thing I notice is fresh air. And you guys are EDC director, went to the restroom, but I'm going to address the elephant in the room because as council and leaders, now I'm a new council member, been here a year. I'm not too, I don't get too excited, I guess, to ready to just jump into something without knowing. And what I mean by that is, being in Pecos, we're the frontline community, and for so long we've been exposed to air pollution and health risks from oil and gas industries. Just look all around us, we look like a birthday cake with flares. And the other day I was at the cyclone field, and I was very disappointed. I mean, because we're downwind from a, we need to think outside the box. When we bring in these new companies, before we're thinking about the money and the jobs, what about the health risk that nobody wants to talk about, that we're exposing our constituents to? And when I was at the cyclone, all the kids are playing baseball and all we smell is oil, because somebody decided we're going to build a baseball field next to an oil dispensary. And you could smell it, and I had asked, where's the H2S monitors? Nobody knows, right? So that's my job to look into that. But I think the elephant in the room that we miss here is that we're exposed to air pollution on a consistent basis. We're exposed to contamination through our water, through all these drilling permits we just give away to, there he is, Jimmy. I was kind of talking about, these death and what kind of increases the fatalities, but we need to be considerate moving forward whenever we bring in new businesses, how that's going to affect our citizens' well-being and health in the long term. And we're not looking at it, we're always thinking about dollars and jobs first without looking, why is this happening? But nobody wants to talk about it. So that's something that she's bringing in, kind of to our attention, but nobody's ever talking about how is this going to become a hazard to the community if we move it closer to the city limits. And I don't want to sell out to any big companies at the expense of my constituents' safety and their kids' long-term effects. So that's maybe something you might want to incorporate in your slideshow, because Balmorhea is very rare that they have a lot of activity. There's some, but they fight really hard when it's time to start drilling there, and they've had their protesters. And us, I feel like sometimes previous leaders have just, all right, they allow things to just come into our committee, but at the expense of our health. So,
Well, in Crane, when we had our community meetings in Crane, they wanted us to add a questionnaire about cancer because they were very concerned that they are a cancer cluster for something that happened about 30 years ago. So if there are specific pieces that you'd like us to include in our screening, we can ask questions. We're
Data
happy to
centers,
have that.
they're coming. That's the big one.
Input. We want
Yeah.
that input to make sure we're meeting your needs and bringing this data back to you so you can use that data for planning.
Right. Everybody's looking at, data center is a great thing, but they don't see the water, they don't see the health resources, the noise. I mean, I'm not like against business, but we need to be more, considerate to see where we're going to put it. And we have to register our pros and cons instead of just saying, let them in. So that's something that we all know is coming. And at what extent are we willing to give it up in our community compared to other ones? And some people say, you're crazy because you don't want progress. It's not about progress. Let's just slow it down and think about what's it going to do to the community before we make these assumptions and just make the call, right? So you know where I'm going with this.
Are you going to have a presence here in Pecos, and where do you get those free gadgets to unload?
Well, you be first in line. So we would like to have, so our model in Crane was that we were there every weekend since last September. Now, in Balmorhea, we're coming back once a month for 3 days. In Pecos, we need to understand the rhythm of the community. Now, are we here for the first 3 months every Sunday through Wednesday because that's when people are present? We know everybody's always traveling around. So we'll figure out our timing, but we would like to have a place and then come in, we'll screen you, we'll give you the tools, and you'll be on your merry way.
I think that's great. I think the most important part is the education component and just the citizens being aware of what is triggering those blood spikes. We have a lot of working individuals that sometimes you're running from practice to practice after work. You think, hey, I'm just going to grab something. We want businesses to come into town. We want Wendy's, Starbucks, McDonald's, and those types of foods are a convenience, but they've turned into being the primary source of nutrition for a lot of families. And a big part of that also is health, food costs. You know, the fruits and vegetables are sometimes more expensive than just grabbing something on the go. So I think just the awareness and knowing and being able to see in real time how those foods affect your blood sugar is, I mean, it's so important.
We need one hand to drive and one hand to eat.
Right.
All right, so it's like, can I put an egg bite in my mouth instead of a burrito? You know, these are small changes
Yeah.
that you can do, and
Maybe once a week,
yeah,
not every day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but this is awesome. If we can help with in any way to find you a good workspace for you,
Thank you.
we will do what we can.
And I will add, Hiram and I have been meeting with a lot of our crew for, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
And she asked me where the most probable place they should set up shop on. And we're thinking somewhere on the east side of town, because we have the biggest concentration of individuals. But we talked about, because she was saying the setup from that she's talking about is to be in town for 3 or 4 consecutive days and be open from a decent time in the morning till a decent time in the evening, so that they can capture all of our transitional staff. With us having night shifts and all the different shift work that goes on through town that people do, we want to make sure that she and the staff that she's looking at when they do this can get a good group together. And
Maybe Odessa College would be helpful. They have a large conference room, and that's a central location.
Well,
Maybe that's
And the hub down here on 285, that's something new. I don't know what kind of office space they have, but it's
And
where West
even the
Texas.
city building
Credit unions.
for the school, don't they have the nursing program at the high school?
there's a lot of construction going on there.
there is, but she is definitely looking, and I mean, it's been, I mean, I was sad when she told me Ray was going to get it first, and then she told me that she had a lot of people. She came just a couple of days later while they were still down there, and was sharing that, well, we had a bunch of Pecos people come down to Ray, and she said, would you all be interested? I said, it's one of the reasons why I asked her to come present, because, you know, I think it's critical to this community that this type of service be out there, and especially whenever the grants that they were able to get, I mean, they're taking care of a huge cost that our citizens would have to work.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
So Charles has got your contact information?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you all.
thank you. We'll go on to item F5, presentation on the value of desalination in support of secure water future in the county of Pecos City. Strategic goal 8 is create a resilient and sustainable community.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm Nicole Farini, Assistant City Manager for the record. This presentation is not going to be given by me. This is going to be given by a subject matter expert whom I think some of you have met. But I wanted to do a brief introduction because this is a critical component. Water and water availability is a critical component to strategic goal 8, which is to create a resilient and sustainable community. Being resilient and sustainable is really about more than just being prepared. It's about really looking long-term at your natural resources, at your community health. I think it's great that this follows the Texas Tech presentation, because looking at how all of these things, water availability, water quality, and securing that for the long term for our people is absolutely critical to the health of our community. So the objectives for this presentation will be to really introduce the value of desalination in support of that secure water future as a component of the secure water future of the town of Pecos City, and to gain an understanding of the offering that Seven Seas Water Group has as it relates to that secure water future. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rosana Ramirez, Business Development Director for Texas for the Seven Seas Water Group. Rosana?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for having us, council and mayor. I've been in the water business for about 18 years. I know that was about 5 years ago that I started. I was 5 when I started, that's what I want to say. It's been a great ride. I've been able to learn a lot about water. In about almost a year and a half, I have started with 7 Seas. I always worked with industrial water treatment, and it's been a great learning experience, and also the satisfaction of helping communities to treat water, to find new sources of water, to find diversify the sources of water to be able to serve the communities. So I'm just going to speak a little bit about who we are, who is 7 Seas Water Group, and what we do around the country and around the Americas and other parts of the world. So we are a leading provider of water and wastewater treatment solutions for communities, municipalities, and some industry. We are headquartered in Tampa and in Houston. We have our desalination headquarters in Tampa and our wastewater headquarters in the Houston area. And we have operations of course, in the U.S., in the Caribbean, and Latin America. In the Caribbean, we have about 22 plants that are doing seawater desalination. And I'll speak more a little bit later about our operations here in the United States. We own more than 200 water and wastewater treatment plants, and we were founded in 1997 by a group of people that realized that in the Caribbean islands, you either have groundwater, and when you suck all that out, you don't have any more, and you have to go to seawater. We use reverse osmosis, which is one of the tools used for desalination, and I'll speak about that a little bit later. Our model is called Water as a Service. We're not interested in buying water rights. We're not interested in owning land. We're not interested in doing anything with the water except treating it. We are interested in taking your water, making it portable, and give it back to you for your citizens. And of course, we are experienced with both local and state groundwater regulations and working with key state agencies. Something that you're going to see, especially next session in Austin, is going to be a lot of talk about groundwater. Groundwater, especially brackish groundwater, is going to become one of the new sources, or a new source of water for the state of Texas. I happen to live in the very successful, and that's a joke, city of Corpus Christi, and what relates to water. The city of Corpus Christi, unfortunately, has been right now the poster child for what not to do with water. We are about to enter stage 1 water emergency, which means water is going to have to be curtailed. And the first step of that step 1 water emergency, which is coming any month right now, is going to be 25% of the reduction of water consumption. Just imagine 25%. People say, oh, well, 25% is not much. How do you reduce your water consumption by 25%? It's easy to say, but very hard to do. So with that being said, Water as a Service, we are the regional provider. That's a trademark. So if anybody says Water as a Service, that's ours. But 7 Seas, what we do project design, we do engineering, and we construct or build the project we work on. The typical execution project takes between 12 and 24 months. But most of that time is spent on obtaining permits. Talking about what's going to happen in Austin next session, beginning of next year, a lot of emphasis is going to be put on shortening those times, because water has become very scarce. If you start west of Houston, all the way to the border with New Mexico, Texas is running out of water. And the funny thing is running out of water, but we're growing very, very fast. So it's kind of an explosive combination that we have right now in our hands. We also do plant operations. We do training, staffing, and maintenance for the life of a typical contract. We provide all capital for the project with zero or no additional cost to the customer. And we deliver a guaranteed volume of water at a predetermined rate. That means that we fix the price per 1,000 gallons at the front of our contracts, and that price stays length of the contract. The only thing that changes year over year is CPI, which is the federal rate of inflation, which is in the last 25 years has been 2% or less, and that includes COVID, the year after COVID. So why brackish? First of all, for the town of Pecos, very obvious, you guys are not close to the sea. So brackish, it's the new, I would say new, but it's actually not new. Brackish groundwater has been under our feet for millions of years, or thousands of years, depending on what you believe. But why brackish for groundwater? It's abundant. The Texas Water Development Board has estimations that if every citizen in Texas would stop using fresh water from lakes, from fresh groundwater, just we all disconnect and stop using fresh water and go exclusively on brackish groundwater, we will have enough water for 150 years. If all of us disconnected. Counting the big cities, counting Austin, Houston, Dallas area. That estimation is based on brackish groundwater that can be reached. If you sound the ones that's very hard to reach, which are faraway areas and things like that, that would be 220 years. So fresh groundwater is used by industry, by some industry, by agriculture users, by domestic users. Brackish groundwater can be used for the same people, the same users, but with the advantage that we won't be competing. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the city of Alice, Texas, when we talk about the competition. It's plentiful, it's untapped in most areas. It's sourced from deep aquifers. We do these studies to verify that there's water underneath and that there's plentiful and abundant and good quality. Has lower salinity than seawater. People ask me why it's brackish and not seawater for the towns, for the cities that are close to the sea. Brackish groundwater, although it's salty, it's not as salty as seawater, so the materials of construction to build a plant don't need to be as strong as the materials of construction for a seawater desalination plant, which needs the highest strength materials because seawater is very corrosive and eats everything that it touches. Does not impact surface water or fresh groundwater aquifers. The brackish aquifers tend to sit below the freshwater aquifers, so they're much deeper. And they're harder to get. That's why you don't see people using brackish groundwater, because they're usually very, very deep and very more expensive to get that water. To utilize brackish groundwater, we use a technology called reverse osmosis. And I'm going to explain a little bit about how reverse osmosis works. So reverse osmosis membrane looks just like a sheet of paper, but it's very big. And when you see a sheet of paper, you don't see any holes. It's just like that. But the sheet of paper has very tiny holes on the micron size. The same thing with a reverse osmosis membrane. It's a membrane that is wound around a tube with holes, and the water is pushed through the membrane. And because the holes are so small, only the water molecule goes through. The holes are sized, so only the water molecule can go through. All the salts, viruses, bacteria stay on the other side of the membrane. And they are discharged with what is called the concentrate or the waste of the. Very clean water passes through the membrane and is collected in the center tube. That's desalination explained. You can see there that on one side of the membrane we collect everything that needs to be removed, and the other side is basically the clean water. And it's not a new technology. It's been used since the 1950s. And our submarines use desalination by RO to produce drinking water on the subs, and also all of our ships, our warships use that too. So what is brackish water reverse osmosis? So it's, like I said, it's a membrane-based desalination process. It removes all salts, impurities from brackish groundwater. It's proven, it has been used for many, many years. It's scalable. When you think about a surface water treatment plant, your regular plant, they're usually tanks, and they're usually concrete or metal tanks. And once they're designed, they're fixed. And to expand, usually what you need to do is build another tank. With reverse osmosis, that's what you see on the picture. The grouping of the tubes are there. It's called a train. And whenever you want to expand that plant, the only thing you have to do is add another train. And if your tank keeps growing, you just add another train. So it's much easier. That's all you see, and I believe you guys went to see the plant, and it's pretty easy. The whole process from the time the water is pumped from the ground until the water leaves the vessels is about 2 minutes.
How long?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Like I was saying, brackish desalination. It's the new thing that Texas TWDB and Austin is helping people see that it's out there for use, but it's nothing new. It's been used in Texas for a long time. There's just 3 examples of the sustainability of brackish desalination. People say, well, this is a temporary solution. The brackish aquifers are going to run out, and then we're not going to have any more water. But just 3 examples of what's going on in Texas, and a lot of people don't know this, but El Paso Water has a K. Billy Hutchison desal plant that's been in service since 2007. That's 27.5 million gallons a day of water that plant produces, and is the largest inland brackish desalination plant in the world, actually. So when I look it up, and it's not just in North America, it's in the world. The Southmost Regional Water Authority, the long name means Brownsville, Texas. It's been in service since 2004. It's a 10 MGD plant, and they are in plans to expand that plant to another 10 MGD, and uses microfiltration plus reverse osmosis. And the last one is SAWS, that's San Antonio, and that's been running since 2016, and it's a 10 MGD plant. So this is to show you that it's not something that it's temporary, that we can count on it for many, many years, and it's been used reliably already in Texas. Our first plant in Texas is in the city of Alice. The city of Alice, back in 2011, after the big drought that we had in 2011, decided to start looking for a secondary supply of water, or diversify the water supply. Whenever they signed the contract for build their desalination plant, their lakes where they get the water from were at 67%. That plant started operating in last year, around May last year, so it's going to be about a year. The lakes today are at 7.4%. So that plant is providing about 60 to 70% of the water for the city of Alice. They are waiting on the second well to be operational, and they're going to go to 100%. They had the vision. You guys were talking about vision. They had the vision and right after that big drought, they said, we don't want to go through this anymore in our lives. No more. Again, we want to go through having to tell our citizens we are in trouble. So they decided to start looking, and they started to start looking for that secondary source of water, or that provisional, or that diversification of source of water. And they found 7 Cs. And right now, they are able to water their lawns, wash their cars, do everything that I cannot do because I live in the town of Corpus Christi. Or supplied by the city, by Christi. For them, there were no capital outlays. The city didn't have to put a dime to build that plant. It was a worry-free solution. 7 Cs operates and maintains that plant 24/7. We only pay for the services delivered. If the water is delivered, that's what they're paying for. Of course, we utilize world-class engineering and field service support. The only thing we do is water. We don't do streets. I know you guys do. We don't do street. We don't do health services. We don't do trash collection. The only thing we do is street water, and we are experts at it. That plant has guaranteed quantity and quality. If something happens to the quantity or quality, we don't get paid. So it's in our best interest to always deliver the contractual quantity and quality of water. Economies of scale are reflected on the rates. So the larger the plant, the lower the rate per 1,000 gallons. That's usually how they work in these plants. You start applying those economies of scale. Of course, we keep track of our EHS and our ESG metrics. We have sophisticated, and that's program, that's maintenance and something for the plant. I always forget what that means. And equipment, materials, and design. And why we do that? Because this plant, for example, in the Valles, our contract is 22 years. And per contract, we have to turn the plant back to us in 22 years in the same shape that it was day one. So we have to, and plus we guarantee quantity and quality. So if something goes wrong with the plant because we install the bad pump, it's on us. And we don't make money. And we are not a charity, we're a company that wants to make money. So we want to deliver water every single day, every single time. Never unforeseen costs, and I have a little story, and I think I mentioned this to you guys before, but about a few months ago, I was sitting with the mayor of the city of Valles, and I was sitting in this event, and she was sitting right next to me, and my plant manager sends me a text and says, "Hey, Rosanna, did you know that the RO pump, which is the heart of the plant, broke?" I'm sitting right next to the mayor, not the right time to tell me that. And I said, "No, I didn't." And he said, "But don't worry, we got it. It's fixed," and the plant was down for like 6 hours or something like that. And we got it, it's fixed, it's going. So I took the opportunity and told the mayor, "Hey mayor, did you know that the RO pump, which is a $60,000 pump, broke? And taking it out and putting it back on and all of that was another $40,000. So it ended up being a $100,000 joke." And she said, "No, I didn't," because she knows she's a very involved mayor, and she knew that was a part of the plan, and that goes down, and the whole plan is down. She said no, but at the moment that she said no, she said, "But you guys took care of it." So no extra cost for the city of Valles. We got it fixed and we got it going. And the city of Valles never noticed. And of course that helps us because this is the only thing we do. Treating water is the only thing we do. We can and we do offer and we do bring the lowest life cycle cost solutions. So how do we deliver our projects? So we do project management, we do technical design, construction management, regulations and permitting, on-site operations, procurement, shipping and logistics, preventive maintenance, training, and EHS compliance. We do it all. So whenever budget time comes for the city of Valles, for budgeting for the water department, the only thing they have to do is multiply the rate from 7 Cs plus the rate times the gallons they're going to use that year, and that's it. That's the whole budget process. because we take care of everything necessary to run that water plant and to take care of that water plant. How do you get brackish water? How do you get this new source of water for the town? So we start with initial discussions. That's kind of what we're doing now. We start with determining the current and future water needs. I cannot come and tell you, in Pecos you need another $20 million a day. I don't know that. You know your city, you know your demand, you know your growth, you know what's coming, what's not coming, you know your city. So you're gonna tell me what you need. We think about the layout and distribution of the system and ideal location for a water, for a seawater, or in this case, a brackish water plant. Then 7Cs, that's a hydrological study. A hydrological study will tell us where the brackish water is, how much brackish water there is, and the estimated quality. Based on that, we give you a price based on very, very conservative estimates. We're gonna give you the worst case scenario. And also we're gonna tell you how much water and what quality we should expect. And that's all benchtop, that's all the theory behind it. At that point, we sign a water services agreement. It's not a contract for a plant, it's not a building contract, it's not a contract for design or for construction. It's a water services agreement. This is a services contract. And right then, we go to project development. We go to funding and managing the drilling of a test well. Whenever you can do all the bench tests that you want and hire the best hydrologists. And I don't know if there's any hydrologists in here, but they are very good. But until you don't drill a hole in the ground and you take a sample with a test well, you never know. So whenever those test results come back, the test well result will show us the actual quantity and quality of the brackish water. And at that point, we fix the price. We say, remember we gave you a very loose, very conservative estimate, then at that point we fix the price. At the beginning, we gave you an estimated price. What happens if the price that we gave you at the beginning, the price from the test well, after we do all the calculations to build the plant, is more than 10% of what the first price we gave you. At that point, you have an out. If the price we quoted you at the beginning is in the price that comes back from the testing, from the results of the test well, it's more than 10%, then you have an out. You can say, you know what, thank you so much for doing business with us. Thank you for the test well that you drilled, but we don't want it. And at that point, that's what 7Cs, we think that that's the risk of doing business, and that make sure that you are happy with the water that you're gonna get. The worst thing that we can do in Texas and have an unhappy city, because you guys talk to each other. And you go to all these meetings and all these conferences and you guys talk to each other. So that's a way to keep cities happy. At that point, when the price is finalized, we jump straight on project execution. The fun part starts. It's whenever we bring the engineers and we drill the rest of the wells, we build the building, apply for permits, and all that fun stuff. The actual building of Alice took 6 months. The actual permitting of Alice took about 18 to 24 months. So you can have a plan in 6 months, and then comes all the other not so fun part, that applying for permits and all that. So the whole project, like I said in the beginning, between 18 and 24 months is what it takes. So what is the future of desalination in Texas? Desalinated water, for this area, more importantly, brackish desalinated water, can offer a reliable supply and consistent water pricing. same as with seawater, the salinity of brackish aquifers stays pretty stable. So that's why we can project. And people ask me, well, how can you fix the price of the front and have the same price throughout the contract, just CPI? Doesn't water change? It doesn't get worse. The science that our scientists have looked at, it stays pretty stable, so you can predict and you can budget for those changes over time, and that's how we are able to do it. Texas has many alternative water source options with both seawater and brackish water access, or access to both. And what we bring is a P3 model. So it's a public-private partnership where a private company and a public entity join together to bring services to the community. Just beginning of end of last week, beginning of this week, the Texas Water Development Board published the draft strategic plan, water plan for Texas. In that draft, they said that the funding gap between what the state is going to be able to provide for water infrastructure and what is actually needed is $170 billion. Not M with an M, with a B. The state is going to be able to provide about 50. So where all that other funding is going to come for our aging infrastructure, for the water need, for the growing communities that need more water, and not just water, sometimes wastewater piping. Where's all that going to come? That's where P3s are going to be key, I believe, in the future of developing Texas, and that's why 7 Seas is here. Also, brackish water in Texas is resilient, as we can tell by the plants and by the cities are already using and been using it for more than 20 years. And through thoughtful planning and management, desalination plants can successfully provide a stable water supply and minimize downtime. You want to have water when you need it. And a question that one very wise person in Alice asked the council one time, said, what is the cost of no water? So that's all I have. Thank you so much for having me. If you have any questions.
I'd like to talk briefly. You know, the mayor and Councilman Sedania and I went out there. I was very impressed. I was excited. You know, Pecos, I think a selling point for you is to understand your aquifers, because Pecos is it's embarrassing to say this, one of the hardest waters in the state. And we all know that because of the high magnesium, and just look at our pipes, right? So to me, I was very excited to see that, to coming back into our community. Now, I don't know how this would, and this may be a question for Mr. Baca and maybe a question for Mr. Lino, but you know, are we going to go the brackish route if we move this thing, or are we going to go connecting it to the municipal water? And the reason I say that, because, you know, I kind of like simplify it to the citizens. What I told them is, well, just imagine what it's like to drink, shower with RO water. How amazing. I mean, people get excited for these things over water. I know when I go to San Antonio, I feel like I got lotion on I'm still scrubbing. I'm like, man, you know, I can't get this off because of the water content. So for us in the community, including us that have skin conditions, you know, that can benefit in the long term. So how would, if we do move, I know you're doing this presentation again, and for some it might be new, but where are we moving forward with this?
My plan, and just in the study, I agree with you. What we saw in Alice was impressive. And I'm having conversations with staff, and you know, Rosanna doesn't know this because I haven't had this conversation, but I could see the need for 2 plants here in Reese County. To one, address the brackish water, because we know there's a lot of it here, and one, to take care of the fresh water that we do have, to where we can possibly do that. I also, from the plant that's in Alice, Texas, 4 MGD, 3 MGD.
That's 4 MGD.
4 MGD, and if we can, if council sees fit that we should look at this and move forward, I think, because it's scalable, like you said, so I would want to build it to where we could bring in up to
12 MGDs a day. Designed the plant initially to be a 10 MGD plant because the amount of usage that we use here in the city right now at current times or historically has been about 3 to 4 million gallons a day. So if we have that excess right now, there's a lot of need in other communities as well as this potential industrial developments that are going on that are going to need the water. And I know there's cities around here. It's one of the reasons why, and thanks to the council, you've allowed us to look at other water sources so that we can have the availability so that we as a community are protected for 100 years. But this is, I would bring back to you and try to work and suggest that we try to do 2 plants. One for your what you just brought up, Councilman Carrasco, as well as one for other uses that you utilize the brackish water.
And going to your point on the quality of the water, and Alice, whenever they came back with the results of the test well, we found boron in the test in the water. Boron is not a regulated constituents for the U.S. yet, but boron is not good for you. It's not regulated in Texas and it's not regulated in the U.S., but it's regulated by the World Health Organization. So because we operate in other countries and in the Caribbean islands, we are subject to the World Health Organization rules. So when we found boron in Alice, our engineers added this in the design a second pass to be able to remove that boron and to treat for boron in Alice. So Alice is the only town in Texas, because you can have reverse osmosis but not remove boron. It's the only town in Texas that is taking care of that something that is not regulated yet, but we're doing it for the city. So we're going to take care of the constituents that are there, that are contaminants that should not be there.
So what do you do with all the waste material?
So in the city of Alice, there's a couple of things that can be done. In the city of Alice, and all of that is regulated by the TCQ. So the first thing that you actually do whenever you start building these plants is you apply for a discharge permit. There's several ways that you can do that. You can do a surface water treatment, surface discharge. You can go to a body of water. You can do ponds, evaporation ponds where the water evaporates, or you can do deep well injection. Here in Pecos and the county, deep well injection may not be the route to go because of what we all know. So there are several other things that can be done. What you have to think is that the discharge from a brackish desalination plant is still brackish water. It's not as salty as seawater, but it's saltier than what the raw water came in. So it's about 4 times the TDS of the original water. So if we can find another use, also that can be something that can be done, and that's up for discussion, especially in this area.
Do you have any experience with processed water?
No.
Any other questions?
Let's move on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will go to item F7, discuss, consider resolution 26-04-01R, a resolution adopting and approving the grant-funded Safe Streets and Roads for All, the SS4A Comprehensive Study Action Plan as developed by the Foresight Group in consultation with city staff and various stakeholders. Strategic goal 2, safe and secure city.
Mayor and Council, Griffin Moreland, Assistant to the City Manager. In your packet, you will find Resolution 26-04-01R, and this resolution will be, for all intents and purposes, adopting and approving the grant-funded Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan. As a reminder, back in December of 2024, the city was awarded a $1.9 million grant from the Federal Highway Administration to develop a safety action plan. Council awarded the bid for creation of this plan to the Foresight Group back in October or so of last year, and they are coming back to you guys 6-7 months later and are now here to present that plan to you. Before I turn it over to the Foresight Group, I would just like to say that this has been a very thorough process. I mean, Foresight has been very responsive, very pleasant to deal with, innovative, and very forward-thinking with how this whole process has gone. There's been several meetings, several stakeholder meetings, public workshops, lots of data given into the process. So I'm basically just going to turn this over to Mr. Doug Stoner of the Foresight Group, and he will kind of walk you through what's going on.
Thank you, Griffin. Evening, Council. I'm Doug Stoner from the Foresight Group. Just to give you a little background, I'm the Director of Business Development, Public Sector, but also I do public engagement. That's also part of that. And just to give a little background on myself, I've been in your shoes. I'm a former City Council member in Georgia, city in Smyrna, my hometown. And also I've served in the State House in Georgia and also in the State Senate. In fact, I was the chairman of the Democratic caucus in the Senate back in the days. I'm a bit of a rarity, a white male Democrat, but we won't get into that. But all that to be said, we've been obviously working with the city staff and with your community on this issue. And as kind of what was mentioned earlier tonight about bringing experience and knowledge, I think you're definitely going to get that from the team that we put together. Just to give you an idea, I also currently serve on the state DOT boards in Georgia. So I have a long background in transportation knowledge, but not just myself. I want to introduce very quickly the rest of the team that was in the process. And actually, one of your own, who's part of our team, I believe his father's was Coach Thomas. And that's Mickey Thomas here, who's been, obviously it's one of your own here in Pecos. And then also we have Rachel. And Rachel Simpat, she is actually formerly with TechStop. And so again, very experienced. She's based in Austin. And so she's been part of this team. And then also finally, Eric Stevens, who's our Director of Transportation Practice, who's going to give you the details tonight. Eric, why don't you come on up? And so what I want to let Eric also talk a little bit about his background, because when I've been listening tonight and everything else is about bringing knowledge and experience for the city, because you are a growing community by no means. Again, both Eric and I have been involved in public sector and public policy and dealing with all types of issues from federal highway to USDOT to TechStop, and he can explain a little bit about that and his background. So Eric, why don't you kind of give a background about your years of experience?
Good evening, members of the council, Madam Mayor. My name is Eric Stevens. As Doug mentioned, I'm the transportation practice leader for the firm. Had the privilege of working with your team here on this study. As Doug says, I have a pretty diverse background in working in transportation, having been a transportation professional at the city, state, regional, and federal level. I started my career in my hometown as the transportation director, managed transportation there, as well as working for the Federal Highway Administration for many years across the country in 16 states. Had the privilege of working in the United States Senate for Senator Jeffers and wrote Safety Law, which was a precursor to the transportation bill we're working under. I've been the chief engineer for the State Road and Tollway Authority in our home, Georgia, as well as the intermodal director for the Georgia Department of Transportation. And my last government service was with the Texas Department of Transportation, where I was the rail division director, having worked across the state on every project that had a railroad crossing. So have a good diverse of experience, again, as we were talking about bringing ideas and solutions from all across the country to fit and kind of provide a customized solution for you all here. Yeah. So I'm going to briefly go through, I know you have it in the packet, and we've had, some of you have been briefed a little bit and been part of some of the meetings, but I'll quickly kind of go through. Hey, you got a city to run. There's no problem.
It was a while.
But we're going to kind of walk through this quickly because I want to be cognizant of y'all's time and your agenda, and that you have had the chance to this. But we want to talk about what is an SS4A plan and what is Vision Zeros, how this plan has come together, what it shows in this plan. Talk a little bit about some of the data that showed, and then the solutions that we're proposing that council considers in the future. And then how do you get into implementation mode? And I think the key thing that you're going to see ultimately as you read through the document and you get to, and I want you to part with, is that this document sets the foundation and provides the city with what I call leverage. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we move through the process, because having this plan creates a baseline for for you to be able to do a lot of things and provide a lot of discussions and coordination with various efforts across. So it has a leveraging effect other than just identifying safety. So why are we talking about street safety? Unfortunately, after COVID, we've seen an uptick in issues related to fatal and severe crashes across the community, not just Pecos, but also across Texas and the nation. And so again, staff applied for a funding grant to create a safety action plan so that you could try to implement and get to Vision Zero. And Vision Zero, as you know from what you adopted in October, is the idea that you want to try to eliminate fatal and severe crashes in town, and do that by the year 2050. So again, noble goal, but it's something that we want to move towards. So to do that, we had to craft this, what we call comprehensive safety action plan. And the idea of that comprehensive safety action plan is a little different the way we've described it, and we worked with staff, is that we really have an implementation focused plan. The idea is this is not something that was done to sit on the shelf or to not be something that could be used and have value to the community, of having the opportunity to create a kind of generational kind of plan to start setting a baseline. So we identified all the roadways in the community that have fatal and severe crashes. We developed what I call solutions to try to eliminate some of the problems that we're seeing on those roadways, and then set up where that plan can be used in multiple endeavors, creating leverage so that you have the ability to talk with TxDOT, you have the ability to talk with the ISD, you have the ability to work with USDOT and the Arnie and the lobby team to be able to go after funding because you have a plan that addresses and shows a solution. And by the way, the also critical part of this is this plan is kind of a prerequisite to unlock implementation funding. And I think Ernie's going to talk about that probably later. But approving this plan tonight sets the stage so that you can apply for some monies this year that are limited time opportunity that ends by next meeting. So again, there's a timeliness of why we're here, and a timeliness in the vision of what Griffin and staff had of us doing a very quick plan, very accelerated plan. We typically do these in 12 to 14 months. We did this under a 6-month process. The good news, again, this is not a standalone document. It doesn't come with kind of just, oh, we did a grant, now it's sitting on the shelf. Again, this aligns very well with your strategic plan. It basically hits on 5 of your common goals in your strategic plan. So what did we find? Kind of, as I call it, the state of safety, is that over the past 5 years, there's been about almost 900 crashes if you take out the interstate in our community, with about 41 of those being fatal and severe. That's that target area where we really want to concentrate on to get to Vision Zero. Some of the key contributors to that are what you see below. An amazing seatbelt usage is one of those key contributors. Folks not using their seatbelts, quarter of fatal and severe crashes. The other one I want to highlight, and it's probably intuitive to all of you, and you're probably shaking your heads when you see this, commercial vehicles. 3/4 of the fatal crashes in your community are based on interactions with a commercial vehicle. So as we talked about things, and you'll see that leverage of knowing that piece of information so you can work with TxDOT, with the ISD, and other bodies to make improvements here is critical. So those 41 fatal and severe crashes typically occur along these roadways right here. No surprise to you all. They're basically the main thoroughfares with a lot of traffic, as well as some of what you would call the cut-through streets that people are using through some of your residential communities. So we tried to build this plan in a way that is not just city staff, it's community focused, community based. We had 5 stakeholder committee meetings, 4 public meetings. We have a website that's available where over 200 people have provided survey responses and comments that have been addressed and incorporated into the plan. So you saw that we listened to the public, we had them involved, we identified where the issues are, so we started crafting solutions. And typically these plans are based around projects, but physical solutions do not get at some of the issues that we talked about. Behavioral issues, seat belts, distracted driving, not yielding to traffic control devices. So you have to look more comprehensively. So our plan, your plan is built around the idea of looking at policies, programs, and projects. So we go above and beyond what typically is seen in these types of plans. Some of the policy recommendations, again, based on the idea that you want to create leverage, adopting a complete streets policy. This idea of kind of harmonizing the roadway by having facilities for bike, pedestrian, and motorists that all work together is something that we've crafted. We've worked with the ISD looking at different types of roadway cross-sections so that if and when there is a program potentially for safe harbors to schools, this concept is built in there. But having this policy in place kind of helps set that in motion a little bit better. Adopting an access management policy, which is basically kind of looking, and was mentioned in the Reeves County plan, is basically controlling how access is done on some of your major roadways. There are many roadways that have lots of decision points, and you can get rid of a lot of those decision points by having medians and better curb cuts and access into properties. Another key item, lowering speed limits in some of the residential areas to try to eliminate some of those cut-throughs, because people are trying to use them as, people are like water. They find the minimum path to get somewhere. Finally, a couple other things. Enhanced enforcement is something that we tend to see to get at that behavioral issues. I kind of like to call it Ticket Tuesday is kind of a favorite thing I like to say. But having the resources for the chief to do that, that's another discussion and a policy matter that you will have to take up and think about. Also, increased education opportunities to talk about PSAs, getting more active with your marketing so that you can drive some of the behavioral issues. When I was a youngster, every day you would see a spot or a PSA about putting on your seatbelt. Crashes are no dummies. You see all these things. And a lot of that's gotten away. And unfortunately, local communities are going to have to take up the helm on this. Good news, there's a lot of resources at the state level that can be easily crafted, taken, and applied into your ecosystem on your social media. And then finally, we have physical projects. These are things that are in the ground, and we try to thematically put it into reducing these severe conflict points, slowing people down, and this idea of driver expectancy, keeping things where people understand what's going on, and then allowing for increased awareness. So you see the types of projects that are going to be applied to that network of streets that we talked about. Finally, just wanted to kind of mention too that this plan also touches on some of the top, what we think are top priority projects, given what's going on in things. The 285 bypass, having this in the plan, I know TxDOT's working with you on it, but it strengthens your hand and leverage to make sure that that starts to get programmed and implemented. Creating an access management plan on 285 so that ultimately you can create a better situation of how traffic is moving on Cedar is very important, as well as looking at the rail grade crossing there. And this may be something, as the city and county are looking at a regional mobility authority, can be put on the agenda and one of the items that they can work towards. Again, leveraging that regional mobility authority to move projects in progress. And finally, the truck parking village, the freight village, is a phenomenal concept with the idea of trying to address this commercial vehicle issue by having a safe harbor for them that allows them to bypass and potentially stay out of busy corridors in your town. So all that does is kind of create what we call a program of projects, which programs of projects are kind of the terms you hear metropolitan planning organizations and regional mobility authorities use when they're crafting plans, so that you can go and tell TxDOT, hey, we've got a short-term idea and plan. We have a medium and long-range plan. Those are all the things they're going to look at and look for, and it'll help you with those negotiations and discussions with TxDOT to get things into the UTP, to get them done. So all this is done on the idea of being on a path to implementation. Again, we want to make sure that this is something that can be implemented. You at your October meeting passed a resolution for Vision Zero with the express direction for us to create this plan and come back to you. And that's what we're doing today, is showing you kind of the plan that we've put together. And it's really the first step in implementation. This plan, again, kind of unlocks some federal monies, not just in the Safe Streets for All program, but having a plan that you've approved can be used to help for other federal grants that are out there, because you have an approved plan somewhere. which is usually the first step that many DOTs look for when they're judging communities. I've been on those review panels. I first ask thing is it in their plan? Do they have a plan? So again, this is the first step with that. And then what you're going to see, hopefully if you adopt this plan today, is that at your next council meeting, there's going to be a resolution seeking to go after federal dollars. So again, there's this timing issue that's pretty critical, that we're asking for the approval of the plan tonight, so that then resources can be put to bear by city staff in developing an application. And so, you know, I don't want to put a dollar amount to it, but basically, by not approving the plan tonight, you may lose out on up to $25 million in federal funds. No pressure. So, as I conclude my plan, I guess the requested action from staff and from us is adopting Resolution 2604-01R with the approval of the plan. And with that, I'll ask if there are any questions I can entertain for the council.
Well, I just want to say that this plan can, we're paying for it, we're benefiting from it, but the school system's going to benefit from it. Our kids are going to benefit from it. Travelers through town are going to benefit from it. It's going to affect all of us. It's going to benefit everybody. So it's just a way to make sure that everybody is safe out on our roads.
I really liked what I saw when I met with you guys earlier today about the plan. I've been in the first couple of meetings, and but I didn't see, you know, in those meetings we were just starting out, so I never got to see where it was going. And some of the things, just like the mayor said, you know, with the school trying to do their piece to help us out. I think working together, and then when we were in Washington in March, they kind of make they gave us, they kind of told us, hey, there's some federal funding coming toward the end of April, so we kind of have to, we need to, I guess it was April or May when they, so it's something that we need to move in, like the mayor said, it's something we need, it's needed.
And again, this has been a leveraging plan, because as this plan is developed, we've had those conversations with the ISD and their support staff. And by having this plan, we've pushed the needle on what will be done or potentially proposed. And I think the idea is that what we've been pushing towards is a transformative, potentially bond package that'll affect the city and move it quite faster than if you didn't have that opportunity. So again, this plan is about leverage, and it'll continue to do that as the years go on.
Well, then it also will help with the freight village, with our loop project. It's all kind of tied in together, so we're helping county and everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. On page 28, there's a suggestion to convert Eddy and 7 to, the suggestion is to a roundabout.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know how I feel about roundabouts. I think that would take a lot of
It's a lot of training.
It's a lot of training, a lot of education, and implementing that into our community. Speaking from experience, I don't know how I feel about that, but everything else, I agree. I'm sure you guys clearly the experts.
But one of your suggestions at our meetings was do something temporary just to see how it works.
Yes, ma'am. We can put planters out there and paint and create a temporary roundabout so people can see what's going on. Yes, ma'am. So it's called a quick.
What do you think, Chief?
They call it a quick design project. It's something that Federal Highway does. But again, these are suggestions and recommendations to you. These are things that ultimately you.
It's just me.
Yep.
I'm sure everybody else.
I will tell you a couple things. Roundabouts are a different animal. My hometown of Albany, Georgia, they just put in the first roundabout in southwest Georgia this past year. And I tell you, the holy bloody blank that went on the first 30 days.
But it's on 7th and Eddy Street. I just can't.
Same thing. This is at what we call Albany Mall in our shopping area. We have big Walmart, big Sam's, everything right there. Mm-hmm. And just for the first 30 days, let's say chaos is a good word. But after time, people adjust, and it's called driver expectancy. They start understanding it, and they expect it now. They know that all I have to look at is to this direction versus having to check multiple conflict points. It also helps for pedestrians because, again, they have one place to look for things. And so these are, why we also mention them is they're proven to reduce those fatal and severe And the final thing I will mention about that is that the good thing about a roundabout, if done right, you don't have the maintenance cost of a traffic signal. Traffic signals have gotten expensive. They have a lot of technology to them, and you have ongoing operating maintenance costs. If you do a roundabout right, the only maintenance cost you have is buying a lawnmower.
Or we do.
Or to use the one you have. Well, if I can make a quick comment, as head of part of the transportation in Georgia, I can tell you, to the point you're making, was an issue for years that GDOT itself was not encouraging roundabouts. But over time, and actually where it has really taken off, is actually our rural communities. And the reason is kind of what is because you're out in rural Georgia, just like in rural Texas, you have four-way stops, right? And people are coming at them a lot of times at high speeds, and sometimes they don't stop. What you'll do with the roundabout, if you don't stop, you're going to plow into a roundabout. It's going to stop. But the point is, it kind of forces people to slow down. And what you're seeing, I mean, it has become kind of the gospel at GDOT, is that we really encourage, and on our state highways where we have things crossing, in these more rural areas with two roads or even some multi-lane highways, we are putting roundabouts left and right because we are seeing a dramatic drop in both any types of crashes, but serious crashes and fatalities. So, and I can't speak to TxDOT. By the way, I happened to see your executive director last week. He was in Savannah for the AASHTO conference we were hosting in Georgia. But my point is that, to put it bluntly, if the GDOT bureaucracy can finally agree to something like this, you kind of go to my point here. You know, they're not open to changing things very easily, very quickly. So it's just something. Again, it is your decision to make.
Suggestion.
No, it's your decision to make, and there's ways to do it temporarily that may not cost you a lot of money to begin with, but you can see how it works, and then you can make your decisions later on.
So this plan is flexible. We decide it's not working good here, we don't have to do it.
There is nothing in here that you have to adopt or approve. These are recommendations.
Yeah.
And there's things that you can bring, and it's a menu for you to pick and choose and make policy decisions and project decisions. And so, you know, these are what we would call, what we think are best practice to solve some of those problems. We've used proven scientific numbers and applied these types of projects to the circumstances at these locations.
And USDOT, when we use the term, you might hear us use the term countermeasures. These are scientifically proven countermeasures that have demonstrated through the United States Department of Transportation over the years to reduce these fatalities and severe injuries. And so, if you're going to apply for money with USDOT, Federal Highway Administration, exactly, they're going to look at, hey, what are these policies that you're going to try to, if you come with them and say, we want to implement this, what is this based on? Is it based on scientific studies or our own understanding of countermeasures? So they're going to look at that. So yes, at the end of the day, you can decide, it's your decision to make. But understand when you go apply what these, like TxDOT, what USDOT, Federal Highway, what they're going to be looking for and everything.
Well, and it's like, if we adopt a complete streets policy,
Correct.
then any new developments that come in will have to comply by those, and any streets that we redo will have to comply by those. So we're not going to go in and change all the streets immediately, but any new developments will have to abide by the complete streets, which means they'll have to have curb, gutter, sidewalk, designated bicycle lanes, whatever.
But even more important, if you adopt as part of this recommendation at some later date, a streets standard. TxDOT has to meet those standards on their highways through your community. They have an internal policy that requires that. They can't just come in and do, right now, TxDOT can do whatever they please on their state highways, and you as a city can't have any, doesn't matter what you can stomp your feet, jump up and down, say what you would like, doesn't matter. If you adopt this policy, they're going to have to take that into consideration if they come back there and do things in your community. And with all due respect to the school system, yes, we hope, what we're hearing is that there's possibly they're going to do something as part of the bond package. And I'm not saying I wouldn't trust the school system to follow through, but by doing a complete street policy, they're going to be required to do that in your city.
Again, that idea of leverage. You have to leverage those conversations with those different ones. Yes.
Yeah. So this gives you a position now that you can go to all these entities with all due respect to or above you, to be very honest, and be able to say, hey, we've done the work, we've done the study, we have scientific proof, understanding the methodology and everything else to do these things. under your own policies. And now we're asking for money to help us or whatever else that we're trying to do in this community. So again, you're able to take this investment you've made to leverage it multiple times with many organizations when it comes to these issues in the community. So it's been a great investment in my opinion for this community. Not just because we did it, but I'm just saying as someone who deals in transportation policy, and I say this constantly to folks in my district I represent in Georgia, I tell them that they need to have a plan. Do not come talk to us if you do not have a plan. Do not waste our time. If you're not willing to help yourself,
So this just sets the guidelines for us to build our own plan.
Your policies and everything.
Crosswalks, lights, stop signs, turnabout, whatever we decide to do.
Yes, ma'am. And you got the scientific proof to show that these things will increase safety in your community.
It's our main priority.
Bingo.
Any questions? I make a motion that we approve 2604-01R.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Saldana, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to approve Resolution 26-04-01R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. And thank you.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, good job.
Thank you. We'll go on to item F8, update on the state and federal lobbying and advocacy professional consulting services agreement with EMC Strategy Group LLC, Strategic Goal 5, promote open and consistent communication.
Mayor and Council, Charles Lino, City Manager. We do this on a quarterly basis, and it's been active several months. And so Ernie's going to come up and give you a summary of what we are currently, what we've been working on, as well as what we are going to be working on in the coming weeks. And so Ernie, if you would come up.
Thank you, Charles. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come give an update on all the legislative lobbying activities that my team, in conjunction with all of you and the staff, have been working on in Austin and in Washington, D.C. And I do want to thank all the members of the City Council that have been actively involved in the process, whether you went to Austin during the legislative days or the various meetings that we've had there, and in Washington, D.C. You all are doing a good job representing your constituents and sharing the story of Pecos and Reeves County. On the state level, we've been very active in the Texas Transportation Commission. And for the audience here, the TTC, they're the folks that oversee TxDOT. You know, they decide how much the budget's going to be for TxDOT and what priorities are going to be adopted. So the TTC is one of the most important commissions in the entire state of Texas. The TTC is also chaired by a native of Pecos, Alvin New. Some of y'all may know him. If you don't, he runs the TTC. In addition to that, we have been able to make additional relationships and maintain those relationships with other members of the TTC, with Commissioner Alex Mead, for example. And this morning, I spoke to Commissioner Mead, and this afternoon, I spoke to Commissioner Mead about the different projects that we're working on. Now, we've also been very active. In addition to the TTC, we've been attending the Texas Freight Advisory Commission, which is very important because I'm going to get to a grant here that basically has been supported by the Texas Freight Advisory Commission, and it all ties together. Now, the Texas legislative session, the next one will begin on January the 14th of 2027. But in the meantime, there's something called the interim. And the interim is where the committees of the House and the Senate and the state legislature hold hearings, and they take public testimony, and they invite members of local government and county and school districts to come share their story. And so we've been very active. In fact, yesterday I sent another reminder to our state representative Eddie Morales and our state senator Cesar Blanco. Let them know that the city council members and the city manager, including the representatives of the EDC in the county, are available to testify on issues that are related to the priorities of the city and the county and the EDC. So we're hoping that between now and the election in November, we'll have an opportunity to go testify before those committees to share our story. Now, over the next week or so, I'm going to be putting together the draft legislative priorities for the state legislature. Now, I want to make sure that everybody knows this. So the legislative priorities are basically the voice of the constituents. Constituents, you all run into the city council members at church or the coffee shop and you share your story and your concerns. Then they talk to the city manager calls me and says, hey, we got to address public safety issues or transportation issues on US 285, or we need more parks. So at that time, we create the needs and wants of the constituents, we turn it into legislative priorities, and then we share those priorities with our state representative or our state senator to make sure that they address our needs. And so in doing so, sometimes there's policy that's created, and sometimes there's funding that's created and made available to address those needs. It's smart of us to team up. I'm very impressed with the 2x6 committee, which is a representative, as you all know, of each of the taxing entities within the community. By having the 2x6 and you all being active members in that, you all have helped me and my team sell the story of Pecos. Because our state representative, our state senators, and the committee chairs and vice chairs, and the state legislature and the federal legislature have been able to know that, okay, we've got a community here that's talking to each other and working together, and they know that throughout the country, that is not always the case. There's a lot of examples in the state of Texas where the school districts, the counties, and the cities are not even talking together, or EDCs. They're all doing their own thing. So the fact that you all are organized here and talking to each other, it's helping me and my team do our job, and it's helping you all sell your story. So we're going to turn in those draft legislative priorities to our state senator and our state representative in the next 2 weeks. And they're not even asking for those until May 30th. And we're already giving them the information about a full month in advance. So we are ahead of the ball game today. When I spoke to Cesar Blanco's chief of staff, Cassandra, she was actually surprised that we're going to beat the largest city in the senator's district to present our legislative priorities, our working draft. And so that is something that's very exciting, and I'm glad that we're getting ahead of that ball game. The other thing is the RMA. The RMA, some of the constituents may have heard of the Regional Mobility Authority. In the history of the state of Texas, there's only been 10 regional mobility authorities. And the closest one is in El Paso. And there's one in Eagle Pass. And Eagle Pass, by the way, their biggest deal is addressing the second most dangerous highway in the state of Texas, which is Highway 57. We have got the worst and the most dangerous highway in the entire state of Texas, our very own US 285, also known as Death Highway. So the RMA, what it will do is will help address all transportation infrastructure construction projects in Reeves County. And we've gone through a process at the recommendation of our state senator or our state representative, who suggested, why don't you just make your own RMA? And so when that happened, the county judge and the EDC team, David Dominguez and Jimmy Dutchover, Charles Lino, and the mayor said, all right, well, let's get the ball rolling on this, since the senator and the state representative recommended this. So we were able to bring on David Garcia, who's a transportation specialist. And he was very knowledgeable about the RMAs because he ran 3 of them. And so, and 3 in the Rio Grande Valley. And so the Rio Grande Valley eventually ended up they combined all the RMAs, and now they've just got 1. So we've already gone through the petition, which is the application process. We've secured support from Alvin Yu, the commissioner of the TTC. We've secured support from the district engineer for TxDOT. We've secured support from various members of the Texas Transportation Commission, including our state senator, our state representative, and the local government entities within the community. So the last process of the RMA application now just goes before authorization before the Texas Transportation Commission. So the process will now go, the governor will get notified, and we've already notified his transportation specialist, but it will actually be on his desk where he says, all right, it's time to authorize the RMA. So we're hoping that in the next few weeks, the governor will call Judge Leo Hung to let him know that he's recommending to the TTC the authorization approval of the county's first RMA and the 11th RMA in the state of Texas. This is going to open up a lot of funding opportunities for us to go after, whether it's state or federal appropriations, state or federal grants, and then addressing again those critical needs of infrastructure within the community, especially the areas of 285. Now, the federal items that we're covering, I'm pleased to report. Now, folks, we're in a transition of members of Congress, and you all know that, and so I don't have to beat around the bush on that. So it's my responsibility as your lobbyist to make sure that I leverage my relationships and the other relationships of my team with other members of Congress who can help us out. So I'm very pleased that and proud that the delegation here, the city delegation and the county and the EDC, we've thought outside the box. So every time that we've gone to either Austin or Washington, D.C., if you recall, we're meeting with other members of Congress that are not even our members of Congress. We're going to build those relationships. And one of the members of Congress who has always given us at least 30 minutes of his time is Congressman Henry Cuellar. He is not even in our congressional district. And he's given us love, support. He's also agreed to provide any assistance on any congressional item that we need until we get our new member of Congress sworn in on January 1st of 2027. So he's helping to fill that void. And for those folks who don't know, he's also the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. And depending on the trend, if you follow politics, it's very possible that Congressman Henry Cuellar will be the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. So what does that mean? Well, that means he's the guy that gets to decide what funding comes to the state of Texas and what funding each congressional district is going to get. Again, it's an important relationship that we've been able to maintain and grow. If you recall, our previous congressman was able to put in a community project funding request or an earmark to address some housing issues within the community. I verified today that President Trump did sign the community project funding request for the Hidden Heroes program. It's signed into law. The community is going to get $2 million to address housing, and so we'll go through that necessary process to make sure that we follow all the federal requirements to use those funds to address the housing needs in the community. Now, again, as I mentioned, in the congressional transition, not only do we have access to Congressman Cuellar and Congresswoman Escobar, and even in New Mexico, Congressman Vasquez, but we also have access to our own U.S. Senators, Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Cornyn, who most of you have already visited with in our trips to Washington, D.C. So we'll be certainly leaning on those relationships and reach out to their offices for assistance. In addition to that, the existing staff for the Texas 23 Congressional District, Tony's old staff, they're still on the job till January the 1st, or actually December 30th. So if we need any constituent services, folks in the audience, if you need anything at the federal level that deals with veterans issues, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, just reach out to Charles. He'll make sure that I get the information, and we'll make sure that you're taken care of at the federal level. Now, another thing that we've been working on in our DC lobbying is the creation of a metropolitan planning organization, and there's a smaller amount of those in the state of Texas. I believe there's only like 7 MPOs in the state of Texas, and the city of Pecos is not part of it. And so what we've been doing is we've been trying to get creative on coming up with language that's the attention grabber. We know that Reeves County is the 3rd largest energy producing county in the state of Texas. And so now with everything that's going on in the Middle East, oil and natural gas is a national security concern and interest to the United States and the state of Texas. So right now what we're doing is any transportation, anything that we're asking for in our grants or the request for the RMA, my presentations before the TTC, our testimony before the House and Senate committees, we are talking about the national security interest of investing state and federal dollars to Reeves County. So we're going to continue to do that. And so we've found a loophole to help us authorize the creation of an MPO. And for the audience, an MPO requires that you must have a population of 50,000 or more. Well, we don't have that. But what we do have is that national security interest. So we were able, in our last visit to Washington, D.C., we were able to meet with the Vice Chairman of the United States Senate Transportation Committee. And they've agreed to add language to the transportation reauthorization bill, which will be approved next year, to just authorize congressional action to create an MPO. Now, David Garcia and I, the transportation consultant, we will continue to represent the community in Washington, D.C. We do it almost on a monthly basis, and we will continue to basically get to the point where we want those congressional members and congressional staff to say, oh my gosh, here comes Pecos and Reeves again. Now, we get them to do that, that means that we've done our job. So we're going to keep pounding that door and promoting and selling our story with your help. The other thing that we've been able to do is we're going to assist the police department in their required reporting for the Department of Justice COPS grant which they received to hire new police officers. There's reporting requirements, so we'll coordinate that with the chief and her designee to make sure that the city's compliant with those. Now, the previous presentation that we had by Eric and Doug, they mentioned something that was very, very important, which is the prerequisite in order for us to seek other state and federal dollars. And so we've been asked, my team's been asked to assist with the submission and preparation of the new grant that's coming up with the Safer Streets grant. And the project that we've identified is something that's already been supported by TxDOT. It's been supported by the TTC. It's been supported locally. And there's already preliminary drafts and renderings on that project, which is the Pecos, the Freight Village. Now, the Freight Village would be on US or I-20, Interstate 20, and that will support commerce not only for Reeves County and not only for the state of Texas, but for the entire country in the energy corridor. So it's my team's plan to utilize the plan that they just came up with and you all adopted as a tool that we can use to demonstrate that the community has a transportation plan that's using actual statistics. So we'll be working with their team to utilize that information. So I applaud you all for approving that resolution to adopt that plan. It's going to be a great program. And as Eric mentioned, the maximum amount of money that we can ask for on that grant is $25 million. And we're going to ask for the full $25 million. As you all know, the Freight Village is a much larger amount, but we're going to get creative and try to phase that project out. And so we're going to submit that application. We're hoping to present a draft to the team here to review in the next 2 to 3 weeks prior to the submission of that grant. Now, I do want to mention something that's very important. My team traditionally works on grants 90 to 120 days out. It is election year. And because it's election year, funny things happen. The members of Congress, including the president, they want to be able to say, we did this for Texas, or we did this for this congressional district. So they come up with these short time frames, which typically they put out a grant and you'd have 4 months to apply. And as Eric mentioned, these grants are going to be out for like 30 to 45 days because it's election year. And so as Conrad mentioned, when we met at the Department of Transportation headquarters just a few weeks ago, we actually met with one of the administrators for the DOT, a presidential appointee, who told us at that meeting that there was going to be a short window, the Safer Streets grant was going to come out, and you were probably only going to have about 45 days to apply for that application. Sure enough, they were right. We heard the information, and I'm glad that we were there, because if we hadn't gone to that DOT meeting, we probably wouldn't have heard about that short time window, and then we would have been answering to Charles of how we missed the application deadline. And then the other thing that we want to do is, I had a great visit with your new Assistant City Manager, Nicole, and we came up with a plan. So on May the 19th, I'm going to be back in Pecos. And her and I are going to get together and we're going to look at the current strategic plan that the city has. And we're going to try to align legislative priorities at the state and federal level on the plan that you guys have already adopted. Instead of just running around and trying to guess, we're going to try to use that for accountability purposes. And not just accountability purposes for the staff or my team, but also for our legislators. And we're going to be able to say, look, state representative, look, state senator, or whoever our new congressman is going to be, we've already got a plan. And the citizens have approved this plan through public hearings and testimony. So we're going to be able to make sure that we align and have a strategic plan to achieve the goals and the purpose of what you all are here for. The other thing that we're going to be doing is going after additional federal opportunities. Now, for the constituents, and as you all recall, when my team, EMC Strategy Group, got brought on board, we were not brought on board to be your grant writers. You all already had a grant writer. We were brought on board to help out with state and federal legislative priorities and advocacy and lobbying. But there was a need. We helped to fill that gap. We offered our services, and we were able to apply. We applied for one grant, and we were lucky, guys. We got the grant. That doesn't always happen. We just, I guess all the stars were aligned, and God was watching. So we're going to continue to apply for grant opportunities. We're not always going to get them, but we're going to try to apply for those things that you're passionate about. You know, Hector, you and I spoke about sports and kids and why it's important. We're going to seek a grant through the Texas Parks and Wildlife, and we're going to utilize the plan that the city already has on existing property that the city owns, so that we don't have to go buy something. You already own it, so let's just try to build something on it. And we know that we have the resources between the county, the city, and the EDC for matching dollars. And then there's something that you all are very passionate about is, you know, you talked about the environment a lot today. And in one of the first visits that we had in Washington, D.C., we actually met at the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. And we sat down with the guy who runs the Browns Fuels program for the entire country. And the Browns Fuels program, as you recall, that is a grant mechanism that the federal government uses to clean up dirty property, contaminated property, an old gasoline station or an old, you know, junkyard, something that's contaminated that we can use to clean up. So we're going to be seeking those EPA funding. And then the last grant that we want to go after is Economic Development Administration funding. So in one of our earlier DC trips, we actually met with the people that run the Economic Development Administration in Washington, D.C. Some of you were at that meeting. And they informed us, or they reminded us something that I already knew, that typically Republicans don't increase funding. They don't. You know, they're more fiscal conservatives. I get it. But President Trump actually put more money into the Economic Development Administration. It makes sense, right? Because it's business, it's commerce. So there's more funding for us to apply for through the Economic Development Administration. And this could be a grant that the EDC can go after, the city can go after, or the county, or we can go at it together. But again, we want to make sure that any funding that we do go after, any legislation that we advocate at the state or federal level, that we do that's tied to the strategic plan. And so I'm excited about the RMA. I'm excited about our continued presence in Washington, D.C. And you know, you all have seen that those visits to Washington, D.C. yield results. Folks, we would not have gotten that COPS grant if we had not met with the director of the COPS program. And that is a fact. We built a relationship. They remembered the people that we met with, they evaluated the grant, and, you know, they remembered Reeves County and Pecos. And so I want to thank you for your continued support. EMC, you know, we are very blessed to have you as allowing us to be a part of your team and an extension of the office of the city manager and the mayor and city council. This is teamwork. I'm excited about the advocacy that we're doing, and at this time I'd like to open up the floor to any questions that you may have.
I have one.
Yes,
Okay, I know that the county applied for an SS4A grant. So whenever you do any of your grant applications, can you use their plan also along with our plan, and that way we get
Absolutely.
double hit?
Not only can we do that, but we also would have to we would certainly put in the narrative of our application and secure leverage support that also state that there is a collaborative agreement between the 6 government entities in Reeves County. And by putting that, in addition to using a plan that you guys already developed and demonstrating with signatures and from the commissioner's court and the county judge and the school board and the EDC board, it's going to give us a lot of leverage. So we will definitely use all the available resources to go after the funding. Randy, you look like you had a question.
Okay, so you're working for the PDC, for the city of Pecos, and Reeves County. Can we just combine you under one deal so we can all work together?
You know, you could. We'd have to come up with an agreement with that. We've already gone through the contract phase this year, but certainly something that we can entertain. You all are the customers. I want to make sure you guys are happy.
I just want to point out one really important thing. You've been able to open these doors for us, and without the bipartisanship, I think is so important We are used to, well, we go this way. No, we don't go across that aisle. We have to in order to get these projects done, the doors open. So thank you for taking us with you and introducing us to the important people that have opened the doors, that have moved us forward in these projects. We didn't have that opportunity before. So thank you.
Well, thank you. You all make it easy because, again, the collaborative agreement you all have between the agencies, the fact that this is, the leading energy producing county in the country, our national security interest, in the state and the United States is also huge. And I want to let you all know this. Some of you may know this, and some of you may not. Since we are in transition of members of Congress, and we don't know who our member of Congress is going to be, because the election is not till November, my team is already taking a approach to reach out to both nominees of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We already had a conference call with the Republican nominee a couple of weeks ago with the county judge, Charles, the mayor, and Jimmy. And next Wednesday, we have a conference call with the Democratic nominee. And so we're going to leave no stone unturned. And the reason for doing that is that we don't want to be that community that after they get sworn in, we show up asking for stuff. Because actually, we've already told them exactly what we want. And they're not even in office yet. So I want to thank you for your support on that too. Okay.
Ernie, did we lose that $10 million
That $10 million turned into two.
For the hidden heroes?
Yeah, for the hidden
Okay.
heroes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at least we got two.
We got something. So that's when we ask, we should aim high, right? As high as we can, and try to get something out of it. But thank you all very much. I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to item F9, discuss, consider a request for the Pecos Housing Authority to waive the 2025 payment in lieu of taxes pilot, strategic goal 6, sound governance and fiscal management. John Salcedo.
Mayor and council members, the Housing Authority entered an agreement with the City of Pecos back in 1966, which is called the Cooperation Agreement. Under this Constitution and statutes of the state of Texas, our project is exempt from taxes except for the annual payment called the pilot, which also what we're talking about is getting it, see if we can get it waived. The city's part would be about $10,355.35. Some of the benefits from waiving the pilot is, we do help out with providing child care programs, the structure, safety infrastructure, such as cameras and lighting that we have installed on the south side of town, north side of town, and hopefully in the near future continue our cameras and lighting in the east side of town. With some of the capital improvements that some of this money that we can use is for vital repairs, such as upgrading our older structures. Our facility was built back in 1974. So we do have plenty of problems with sewer and old water lines and things like that. We try to remodel the interior of the structures as often as we can. When someone moves out, that's the time to remodel. We also, it helps us out with the exterior of our facilities. We do keep up with them. They look nice and clean. There's plenty of lighting in different parts of the city where we have 4 different sites. Let's see how the waiver will help us out is we house over 459 families. We lease 3 buildings to Head Start, and again, these buildings are need a lot of work. So all the funds that we
can pull up together. We put it back into the system. We also have a building that we rent to WIC. Let's see. Some of the programs or some of the funds that we're trying to fund is repair concrete sidewalk, add additional safety lighting, repair and install rain gutters, remove trim and trees, continue replacing windows in our apartments, and continue adding cameras and safety. Let's see. Any questions on the pilot?
I have a question, Charles.
Yes, sir.
On the pilot, is this a yearly approval, or can we do a multi-year waiver, like 3 years? I mean, you came last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is this something on the pilot verbiage that he has to come every year?
It is, it's something they have, if he has to fill out a state form that they have to do, John fills it out, it's one of the ones that's attached, I think. It may not be on, oh, it is, it's on the pages that you see, so each year that has to be filled out per HUD guidelines, if I'm not mistaken.
And we've seen, like Odessa Housing Authority, they've been waived forever. So has the Monahans Housing Authority. But 1 year, 3 years would be perfect. Whatever y'all can come up
I know that there's a form that has to be filled out annually, but again, that just kind of substantiates what the dollar amount is.
So to change it to 3 years, we would
No,
have to.
I mean, honestly, as long as that John has to fill out that form every single time. Nicole's an expert in that because she did that at the city of El Paso. Do you have anything to add, Nicole?
I would recommend a multi-year waiver, simply because I think right now we're in a situation where we're looking at affordable housing strategy year over year. I would say that once we have that in place and we understand what the role of the housing authority and not to bring in another entity, but also the HFC, a separate entity, I wouldn't recommend a multi-year waiver at this time. But is it possible? Yes. Would I recommend it? No.
Any questions?
I do. I have a quick question. I know you mentioned 459 families are currently, I guess, throughout your different properties. Is there any room to build more structures, or maybe, I know we've talked about the tiny home thing, maybe adds additional housing? That's such a problem and an issue here in Pecos.
Well,
is there room to expand?
With the housing authority, which we have 3 different sites that are subsidized by the government. They will not allow us to add any more of that type of program. However, we do own the West of the Pecos apartments, the old farm labor apartments, and we've been keeping up with them. That's something, if the housing authority could actually go into buying other apartment complexes like that, and also managing them as well.
Just to kind of give people more options for more rent stable housing. It's critical.
Yes, ma'am.
Critical phase. So I was just curious if there was the opportunity to, expand or grow. I don't know. Just
Can I bring up the presentation that was at joint entity?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Can I bring up the presentation that was at joint entity?
Of course.
Okay, so at our joint entity meeting, we had a group, and they're Sapphire 3D construction,
Yes.
but they do 3D home. I mean, they 3D build a home, and they go from like 800
square
feet all the way up to,
whatever you need to,
yeah. So you can do tiny homes, or you can do, and the cost is like $140 a square foot. So they will bring their machinery in here. They engineer the plan. They 3D print the walls. They put them up, and it's all concrete. There's no wood.
Wow.
So you lose the risk of termite damage. You lose the risk of fire damage. You lose. I mean, they're concrete homes. They're insulated. They're got rebar, so they're very, very strong. So they would withstand winds. They don't say that they're tornado proof, but they're resilient.
I mean,
So
it's-
that may be an option for.
Does the housing authority have property, I mean land, empty land?
we have the park that sits right in front of our office.
Right.
Other than that, that's pretty much.
Okay,
all
so
we
you're
have.
already limited to what you have at the moment?
Unless we utilize the park.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to.
Yeah, man, I would hate to take a park away for, that, but, because I see all those kids that run out there and running around sometimes.
Yes.
So, but that's what the mayor said, that.
It's something we could work with the city. If you have some land, we can definitely work together on that. And I think the PHFC would probably benefit from that, working together with that. Something.
John, I think I asked you last time, what exactly is the pilot? I mean, why is it even there?
It's called pilot payment in lieu of taxes. We're a nonprofit tax exempt. And it's just a payment that is due to the taxing entities from the housing authority for rental, a percentage of the rent.
But if you're tax exempt, there's no taxes due.
That's correct.
Just this pilot.
It's a payment.
Okay.
It's a 10%, I believe, is rental funds. 10% of that, minus utilities.
And we've been doing this every year since I've been in the council.
Yes, sir.
Approving this.
I've been coming up here since 2012.
Okay.
If there's any other questions, I'd like to make a motion. Any more questions? To consider waiving the pilot program for the Pecos Housing Authority for 2025.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Carrasco, a second from Councilman Graham to approve the request from the Pecos Housing Authority to waive the 2025 pilot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. We go to item F10, discuss, consider the appointment of one board member to fill a vacancy to the Pecos Housing Authority Board, Strategic Goal 1, Sustainable Economic Development.
I formally wrote specifically to the mayor to consider the appointment of a Reeves County Sheriff Department Deputy Lascano to fill the position of a vacancy of our board member. A letter of interest was presented by Deputy Lascano, and also I believe attached to the letter I sent the mayor. And under the local government code 392, the presiding officer, which would be the mayor, it reads that the mayor appoints the board member. It's since 2012 things have changed. I think one of the steps now is we're supposed to, advertise through the newspaper. But we've never really had pretty much an opening for a board member, because we've asked to reappoint the existing board members throughout the years. We've had really good luck with them, and so I always ask them if they're interested in serving another year or another term, and they've all been willing to. However, I do have Ron Garcia, who is, because of health issues, has elected to step down. But if I'm doing something different, or
How many board members do you have?
there's 5 board members total.
How many have applied for just Mr. Lascano?
Yes, I mean, that's who I spoke to about 3 or 4 individuals. I spoke to Rudy Martinez, but I spoke to just a few individuals that I think that would complement the housing authority. I'd like to. I think having someone from the sheriff's office, law enforcement, actually would definitely help us out. They're more informed, and we're also more informed. I think it's a win-win situation.
Did you advertise or?
No, sir.
And something we need to do, is it following the rules
Well,
like we have in our boards?
I don't know if it's in their bylaws that they have to advertise for the placement.
No, ma'am. Actually, Chapter 392 of the local government code, local government code, it reads that the mayor or the presiding officer of the entity appoints. Later on, things were changed and council
So we don't have to
votes.
vote if the mayor.
If the mayor chooses to have the advertise and, or chooses to ask the council to choose one, and then
Something though that
appoint.
needs to be changed in their bylaws in order to,
Because even now, I think you're at the mayor to the company. I believe you all have one body, so I believe that, and since it is on the agenda, we would require a motion, unless.
We would recommend, yes, that the council do take a vote to authorize the mayor to make the appointment as recommended by the housing authority.
yep,
Okay.
makes sense.
So, if nobody else has any questions, I'll make a motion to approve the request from the Pecos Housing Authority. Wait, I'm on the wrong one. The appointment of one, to allow them to appoint one board member to fill a vacancy to the Pecos Housing Authority.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Councilwoman Trujillo, a second from Councilman Saldana to approve the appointment of one board member to fill the vacancy on the Pecos Housing Authority. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The record show the motion carries. And I will appoint.
Mayor, can I
Mr.
make a
Rizzo.
motion for a 5-minute recess before we get
Okay.
into all this EDC?
Okay. So I will appoint Mr. Rizzo. Let's comment.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, John.
By listening to all the presentations, it sounds exciting, things that are happening down here in Pecos. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, before we continue, we're going to take like a 5-minute break. 8:22. 8:29 p.m. We're going to go to item F11, review the financial year 2025-2026 quarter 2 report from the Pecos Economic Development Corporation. This is under strategic goal 1, sustainable economic development.
Mayor, Council, thank you so very much for the opportunity to come and visit with y'all, update you. Y'all should have the financials in front of you that we have for the balance sheet, assets, liabilities, and equity, and then where we stand as far as the month ending, 1 month, March 31st, 2026, and the 6 month totals of 2026, beginning fiscal year 2025-2026, October 1. As of today, we have generated $1.2 million in revenue. We have wages, we have benefits, office space, equipment, advertising, and all the way down the line. A few highlights that I would like to touch upon with you. As you all know, we have contracted services that we have touched upon, and as Ernie touched upon. I think, and also Councilman Graham talked about the consolidation of the way that we have operated and worked towards the benefit of the town of Pecos City, the Reeves County, and the Pecos Economic Development Corporation. We have a workforce curriculum creation, with the Texas State University system and Sul State University. Former Congressman Pete Gallego is helping us out. He started in January of this year. We are paying him $50,000 a year. The RMA and MPO.
Whoa, what's he doing?
Oh, workforce and curriculum for the new employees that we're going to need. We have identified through our studies that, and talking with all of the employees or all the potential businesses and plants, that we are short managerial skills, we are short educated workforce, we are short a curriculum that is designed to fit rural USA. So we have a lot of individuals that they're one step in and one step out.
He's been on the payroll since 25.
January of this, was it?
This year.
You have the contract.
So does he have some documentation of his work that he's done?
Well, he provides the updates to me, Mr. Graham. November 1st, you're right, November 1st of 2025. I apologize for that. EMC, as the report came in, we've had Ernie assisting us for 2 years, and it was a collaborative effort in where we were actually all contributing $100,000 a year to Ernie's job description, his services. And as y'all have noted, it's money well spent. But so much of what he is doing is actually towards the federal and the state side. And he's done a great job of identifying. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I asked for the 25 checks to look at it, and I didn't get them, so I went and got them myself. And here's a copy of some questions I had.
Okay.
There's one copy.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take a copy. Thank you.
You want a copy too? But it kind of irritates me when we don't get updates and stuff. We're supposed to. But anyway, and that's where okay, David Garcia, he said who that was.
Yes, sir.
That's great. Who is this Cobb Finley Associates?
Cobb Finley and Associates is that for us to be able to sit down and go after the grant, which was the broadband, we had to have two, and there should be two on here, Randy, unless it was $75,000 that we paid them. $75,500.
Who is that?
Okay, the total.
Right behind, under Bobby Maldonado. How do you pronounce that, Bill?
Yes.
Viescas Research, that is our grant writer.
Okay, but you haven't gotten any grants.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
but
we have.
$274,000?
We have received the $2 million grants that we had to provide for the Hidden Heroes that was just announced today. The fiber optic for the Reeves County Library. The Commissioners Court will be announcing a huge grant that was awarded to Reeves County for broadband. That comes out on Monday. The SS4A that the town of Pecos City received $1.9 million on the grant to do the study that was reported earlier today. That was because of myself and Dr. Viescas. And then there is one other, Heather, that is still outstanding, the broadband technical assistance of $500,000.
Yes.
Okay. All of those were received in the last year, and/or this year. So those are the awards. We still have some that are outstanding. EDA Brownfield, which is a cleanup of the old TxDOT building and the asset delineators that we have submitted and are still waiting on a response. We have the broadband that I referred to. We have the Pecos Energy Corridor, Pecos Relief Route, and Pecos Freight Village. And Ernie addressed the Pecos Freight Village with the SS4A. Joseph has already started that.
Can you
on
have
us.
a list of the ones that we actually got, he's gotten, and we get the money
Do
in
you
the
have?
bank?
Yes, sir, of course. I apologize for that. Then we have the cultural district that we scored high on last year, and we're going after it again this year. We have a EDA, Economic Adjustment Assistance Planning. Then we have a Texas Energy Fund project for backup battery and technical assistance that we're going after. A workforce technical assistance to assist us with the staffing for the power plants. And a Rural USA Development, AKA Community Facilities Grant that we submitted an application for. There was also one that we submitted for materials and tire shredding, because as you know, we all worked with the county to try and get these tires off the roads. And so they were collecting them out there by the 4-H. They have now received their shredder, and we now have to find a way to dispose of all that rubber once it's shredded. So that is another grant that we are going after as well. So the total that you had here, the 274, that is true on the amounts that we spent. The grants that we have spent year to date, I think, for this fiscal year is $80,000. So we're being very strategic in what we go after, but we originally saw, and I think Mayor, you were a part of it, the SS4A for the county, the reliever route. When we started talking to Mr. Lino and Mr. Jaco, and we started looking at the safety nets that we needed inside our community, that's when we went after the SS4A. The county received a $500,000 grant. What the city received via the efforts of myself and Dr. Viescas was $1.9 million. And then I think the match was $440,000. So the EDC was collaborating with the city needed and also with the school district, so that we could maximize our effort to get the reporting that is needed, so that we can go after these federal dollars that is out there. You don't have the report, you can't go after it. So
Climate consultant, is that?
that's engineering.
Heroes.
Huh?
Engineering for Hidden
Okay.
Heroes. Yes, sir.
And that's for the Hidden Heroes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You know, one thing that would help in the future, whoever does this, was put it in parentheses, what it's for.
AKA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't know.
Okay.
And we're just reading stuff that we don't know what it's for, so that would be very helping on categorization purposes.
Well, Bobby's experience is really high.
I'm sorry?
Bobby Maldonado's.
Well, when we sold the test track, we had to sit down and either have a realtor. That's the way the state is drawn up. You either have a realtor or you have a realtor and an attorney. So the total cost of that was was below the 6% and or the 3% that they did.
So we went by percentage.
We had capped it off at $525,000. He put his business on hold for about 3 months.
Okay.
So.
But the one that really bothers me is Pete Gallagher. You know, he was your roommate.
Yes, sir, he was.
And that's a conflict of interest, good friend. So that really bothers me.
Well, I'm not so sure. Friendships, relationships, I asked if the board was comfortable with it, Councilman Grant. We did it with the intent of, as a former congressman, as a former state senator, and you heard the gentleman from Georgia, you know, as a former president of Colorado State University, he was able to sit down and help us tie all the needs of what these plants are needing. And
he had issues when he was in the state representative.
Well, I feel that, you know, we're getting into the weeds for it, and I feel like he's from Alpine, he was a senator, maybe he was the roommate, but if the board gave the okay and did their thorough research, that I think, I mean, $50,000 for the consulting and for the work that he has done with conjunction with Soros, I don't think it's
I'm still
anything.
uncomfortable even if the board approved it.
Okay.
The Timco Holdings, what is that?
It's the dollar store, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is a grant. I'm
That's
sorry,
the
it
dollar
was an incentive that we provided to, and there's 3 payments of this that will come up, and let me explain to you why.
Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree, one of the things that former Councilwoman Seals brought up when y'all were at TML meeting was that Van Hort had a Dollar Tree. We had already started talking with the possibility of bringing in a Dollar Tree. The vacant location that we had was right there next to Burger King. Previous administration, and I'm not going to blame it all on Seth and you know, anybody that's not here to represent themselves, but if you noticed the way that it was done, it was in a hole. And therefore, it created and needed a lot of infrastructure work just to get it to where it needs to, where it needed to be to make it sellable and to put a product out there. So we evaluated and we determined that we were not going to give a total grant like we had, like had been done for Bell's and or Starbucks or whatever. And we worked with them for a long time to try and figure out what was a doable number. And that doable number came out through the incentive programs as to how many jobs we thought it would create, what was the rectification, the cost of the rectification. And we decided that we would, or that I would recommend to my board, that if the amount was going to be the $325,000, even though he had requested $525,000, we had decided that it would be in 3 installments. The day after the building was completed and the store opened up. The second installment would be based on the anniversary date, and the third one would be after the second complete anniversary date. And that he could not sell that piece of property, because that's what happens with some of these developers. They build, they get the incentives, and then they flip it. And that's what we were trying to prevent, and that's what we've been successful in doing so far.
So we're going to wind up getting 300,000 plus after a couple of years.
It'll be a total of 325,000. Yes, sir.
And that Flawless Beauty, that's the deal that you give out.
The grants.
Incentives.
Yeah,
We'll
yes.
get into that in the next line item.
Okay.
Texas Hold'em, I'm looking off of Councilman Graham's paper.
It is clean. It was cleaning on a property. And the way that Mr. Doak, Painter, has explained to us is that once the cleaning takes place, it reverts back into the property, and upon sale, it becomes a total cost of the sale. But yes, it is an expense that we go through. It's an accounting process that they use in how does it improve the quality or the value of the property.
Which property was this cleaned?
This was actually the property on the Troy Vines. Yes, sir.
Well, let me go back up to the, Sol Ross.
Yes.
114,000.
Yes, sir. As y'all are aware, we had approached and spoken with Mr. Lino about the ability to go after hot dollars. They needed a commitment because they had wanted to bring the rodeo here, We had not been able to sit down and had a working hot board at the time. I think there were a couple of vacancies that y'all had to fill, if I can remember correctly. And so the board made the decision to go ahead and fund the $114,000 commitment so that we could have the Sawrolls Rodeo here. And then we would sit down and ask the hot tax for reimbursement. That was the whole idea of the project.
You have been reimbursed by hot tax?
No, sir, we have not. Because I think y'all haven't had the first meeting, is that not correct?
Correct, you said.
Okay.
But.
But,
What we're waiting for is the time meetings for the newly appointed board members.
exactly. AG Oilfield Services, that is what is being cleaned up over at the 12-acre site.
By the Texan.
By the Texan.
What, they're charging you $371 to clean the land?
It was we
Land
had
clearing?
budgeted a $425,000. The lowest offer that was made was, I think, $400 and something thousand.
How many
$490
acres?
from Badger, and then Chuy Silvas put in a bid for $900,000.
Who owns A&G Oilfield Services?
A gentleman, Pete Galvan, and he was actually working out at he's helping with the rodeo arena, or the new roping arenas, the 4-H cleanup out there as well. And so what?
That was a lot of work though. There was a lot of concrete
Concrete,
dumped out there.
yeah,
and
it was wood, they had to
it
clean
was-
it up.
It had
Dispose of
everything
the
out there, and it
materials.
was a big hole, and now they've got it all built up.
Right, and to my predecessor, to Ken's, he said, Jimmy, it's going to cost you a lot of money to go in there and clean it up and just even make it presentable. Now, it was not, when we were talking, it was just the original 4.94 acres that we had. The county, as part of the transaction for the water park land, or the indoor water park, we ended up sitting down and doing a little bit of switching of the land so that we could have one contiguous 12-acre tract in addition for commercial development, in addition to the ability for the city to put up the 3-sided digital board at
So-
$1 a year for 20 years, I think is the number.
Will this 371 be added into your sale price
Yes,
whenever you
yes.
sell the property?
And when we talked to the prospective buyer, he was the one who asked, I mean, I told him that it was $425,000. And we left a little contingency in there so that in case we came across any more problems, that we would be covered. And sure enough, we came across a change order that was caused by water, a sewer line that was in there that we did not know about. What was the other one?
It was just relocation of a water and sewer.
Relocation of the water and sewer
The
line.
wellfield project has a main line, trunk line that's running right through the 36-inch water line. So that's all complete now.
Yes, sir.
And that coordination, I think, is something that we're looking to do much better on in the future in terms of knowing what's coming so that we can coordinate properly. And I think, it's not something that, it was not indicated on the survey. And so we were able to swoop in, and our water department, I think, did a fantastic job in moving quickly to get that done. for us.
Yes, it did. With an expected timeline of 12/30 that we invited her, we put it out for the next buyer.
Okay, scholarships.
Yes, sir.
Is it legal for y'all to do scholarships?
They call it reimbursements, tuition reimbursements.
Well, that's a scholarship.
Yeah, the board was the one who asked for this to be done, Randy, and that's what we've done.
But
Is it
it's-
legal to do that? We can't give scholarships.
But he's got two funds. He has a sales tax fund,
And-
and then he has a land sale fund. So
That's-
if they can do whatever they want with that land sale money.
Sales tax, they could not.
Sales
Exactly.
tax they can't use.
That's exactly right.
Came out of the sales tax?
No, it came out, we have two different accounts. One is a yellow check and one is a green check. The sales tax that we receive from the town of Pecos City, and we cannot identify even the part of the reimbursement or the assistance that we get from the county in helping them. So we put both of those checks inside the gold account, which is where all the sales tax would be. Because the county gets sales tax as well too, in some capacity. So to keep that in that account, the green checks is the land and the working project funds that we use. And that's where the 13,572.
I agree with, I don't understand what you're saying, but you're still under the same organization. And you're just changing bank accounts, and classifying the income to get around.
To make sure that what the wishes of the board were held and we're not using sales tax. That is not a sales tax account where that amount came from.
I know it's not sales tax, but it's still under the PEDC.
Yes, sir.
And I just was wondering, is like the city, I don't think the city can make scholarships.
No, sir, we can't.
We can?
We cannot.
Cannot.
No, sir.
Okay, the Texas controller, 110,000.
We bought the old text dot that was offered to the city that the two previous mayors, no, I guess the previous mayor had in part about, and when the ability for us to get it, we made an offer on it. They told us what it would take. We got it for $110,000, and therefore that's one of the brownfield grants that we're going after to help clean up that area, plus the asset delineator area.
How much interest does the bank account sit on 32 million make, give or take, monthly?
Approximately the last one was, I think, 3.68%.
So what does that come out to a year? Maybe somebody help me out here, 1.3 mil? Let's just call it $1 million, right? Of interest.
It's going to be north of $1 million.
Okay. Do you have any plans or examples of the amount of money that you're sitting into that's going to help Pecos moving forward?
Yes, we do.
Can you
And it's not all energy focused. I mean, it's actually housing the infrastructure that is needed for the areas that don't have it, but we can't really move back. I mean, we can't move forward on that when we don't know where the streets, curbs, and gutters are going to be improved upon. Now, we do have land that is already owned by the Pecos Economic Development Corporation, and to the point of what Ernie had said, we're blessed because we're able to leverage some of those dollars for grants that we go after. Because we're not always going to get a 100% match in everything. So there are times that I've told the board, look, these are some of the things we're going to have to go after or pledge if we're going to want to move Pecos forward, especially when we can leverage 80% of federal or state dollars for a 20% match. Good question, sir.
So I'm looking at 6 months of advertising, 214,000. Can you elaborate more of advertisement for this amount of money?
Part of that must have been rodeo advertising.
I'm sorry?
Part of that must have been rodeo advertising, because your March number is 34,000.
It is. It's a combination of the rodeo component in there. We have asked for it to actually be, how do I put it, reallocated just for a rodeo line this coming quarter. But that's 114,000 of it right there. The other is, as we started to attract the international and national companies, the board decided, with my recommendation, that we look at how are we going to advertise what we're doing regionally, our area, regionally, state, federal, or national and international. And with the intent that we make the best showing of Pecos that we can give with what we have right now. So that $114,000 has part of that in there. So this is a combination of what Dr. Viescas and Limar do for us to try and show Pecos in its best light.
The reason I ask these questions is the first time I like to see moving forward more, like, for example, here's another one, legal fees and professional services. Who are these professional services? For transparency and accurate expense categorizations. So it just says legal fees and professional services. What does it consist of? And I think moving forward in the future, including miscellaneous expense of $5,200, we can clarify more in detail for us as council members to understand what these expenses mean, instead of just going based upon legal fees and other professional services. Well, we could go down a rabbit hole with that, but if we were to be more transparent and accurate on the categorization, we would understand these things. So, another thing is a board meeting expense at $14,000 in 6 months. What kind of expense will boards need at $14,000? So those are some of the questions that I would ask. And
I mean, we can be here all night, but if you were to just break it down to me to say, hey, this is what it consists of, so moving forward, I won't ask the same questions. But being a new council member and all, this is nothing that I don't understand. So let's get into the board meeting expenses at 14,000. What does that consist of?
Meals, travels, the things that we go through. I mean, these last
travel
6
board
months.
travels.
I don't think that's on there.
Vegas?
No. What is it?
We didn't bring the details.
No, to be honest with you, Mr. Carrasco, I would have to sit down and.
Just saying, get back to us on that,
Okay.
because this has to be more transparent.
Okay.
And accurate. And legal fees of professional services, I don't know if we've already touched on that with Councilman Graham's question, but that's kind of mine.
Let me clarify something that now that you brought up the legal fees.
Board meeting expenses include board meetings, training, travel.
Travel where?
TD's, in October, the board went to
Their annual conference.
the annual conference in San Antonio. So that includes that. And there was, I think, 4 board members, and Jimmy and I also.
To clarify something, if you all will look on page 4 of the handout that I gave you, if you have it in front of you. And then if you look at the legal fees, in parentheses, it's reversed out because that item, we had to identify with our accountant as to which items were actually associated with the $525,000 cap that we put on the attorney and his associates. And if you will look on page 4, at about the 5th line or the 4th line up from the bottom, you will see the total $525,000. Now, if you go back up to the legal fees on the middle of that page and you see the $157,500, and you go to the right, that is what Bobby has earned for things that he has consulted with us and provided legal services outside of the sale of that asset that we had.
$9,700?
I'm sorry, $9,792.
What's the other professional services in there, 57?
It was recategorized the wrong way. All of that was in the wrong category.
But the $157,000 in the 6 months is your consultant with Pete Gallego. It's
Ernie,
it's Ernie's fee.
the lobbyist,
Yeah.
and the middle mile grant of Cobb Finley.
Once again, we break it down in accurate expense categorization for us to read it. And it goes a long way. I don't have any more questions on item after that.
Other than, make sure we do get this in time. I think it's just quarterly, isn't it?
Yes.
The good part about it is that one of the responsibilities that Heather has is to sit down and work with Janet and Dion on this. We're also looking at finding the bookkeeping skill inside within one of the interns that can help us. QuickBooks is QuickBooks, right? But it's a matter of being instantaneously able to get it at your fingertips. So.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, how many assistants do you have?
We have an office manager, Lila, which is a student.
So she's part-time?
Up until the time that she graduates. She's scheduled to graduate here in the next month.
Mm-hmm.
And then Heather. And then we have, as part of the short-term, long-term goals, we'll go over the interns here.
So would that be administrative assistant at $7,000 a month? Lila? Is that what I'm reading here? Wages, employee wages? Administrative assistants?
What line are you on?
I'm on page 3 of 4, and it said administrative assistant, $7,234. Is that for one employee? Monthly?
No, and one of the interns that we have that helps us over the spring break, long weekends.
Okay. The reason I ask is if I look at this, I'm assuming it's just one employee, so. It says administrative assistant.
I backed that one out. That is Heather and Lila. And then the intern is down in the bottom.
I'm not trying to nitpick, I'm just trying to understand. All right. That's all I have on F11. I don't have anything else, Councilman.
Okay, that's it. Any other questions? Okay. So we'll go on to item F12, presentation of the Pecos Economic Corporation grant incentives, financial activity, and grant reporting for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2026, strategic goal 1, sustainable economic development.
We are somewhat pleased to show the council, you bet you, Mayor, the grants and the breakdown over the course of the years. And keep in mind that there is the COVID years in here that although things were tight, they were not, they weren't always at the level of where we're at now and what we're trying to accomplish with the grant incentives, whether it's the corporate and commercial incentives or the local grants for our storefronts and general. So if you go from the bottom up, you can see in 2020, in fiscal year 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, what were the subtotals of the grants, and then were there any corporate grants issued out that year. If you go to the next page, then you can see the grants that were given out in the year, and then whether there was an inquiry or there was a denial or there was pending or it was approved. So we are blessed because the board has worked diligently with me to set the parameters as to what they believe the criteria should be. We also went from $20,000 limit to a $50,000 limit based on the scoring system of what is going to be fair. You know, obviously the business that may be a little bit bigger, they have more employees, and we are driven by trying to promote sales tax projects for the town of Pecos City and also for employment.
And what is the criteria? I guess just if potential business entrepreneurs are watching, just what kind of incentives does the EDC offer? And
well, from the commercial standpoint, they're driven based upon whether they're industrial, whether they're oil and gas related, where they're manufacturing. That was done in 2017 or no, I'm sorry, 2019. The criteria that we work mostly with is the criteria of using 5 C's for the new businesses, whether they have the capital to sustain, the operation, whether they have the capacity, the debt to ratio income, the collateral if they have any, the character of the individuals that are asking money of us, the conditions if the applicant is taking into consideration the overall economic environment and the services to be provided. The new startups, we are looking at pro forma, and you can imagine we do have Paul that is a banker, and he's like, okay, they need to have a business plan. They have to have a plan as to what's going to happen, and that they must be in compliance with the town of Pecos City, the state of Texas, and federal permitting, so that we issue them out correctly. We have also implemented a signage program that we were just going to do in the cultural district, and then or the historical district, because we have mapped that out. Now the signage is $10,000. We want to promote what these businesses are doing at no cost. The others, up to $50,000 grants, are based upon a 50-50 match. They do the work, and then we help them with the reimbursement component of it. So they got to do what they need to do. They need to come in with their plan as to what. But we look at a scoring scale as to where the location of their business is. Is it on the main street? Is it on Highway 285, is it a business, 20, 80th Street, Highway 17, or the service roads? Then we give them X amount of points if they're inside the cultural district, because we don't want to ignore what's here.
Right.
But we also know that some of these things are taking off on their own. And then anything inside the city limits, anything else. However, because there is Ash Street, right? I think Ash Street, and there's a few other streets that you can have a commercial business.
Well, it's one block off of
There you-
25.
okay, there you
Or
go.
one block off of Eddy Street.
Eddy Street.
Or one block off of,
But it's not high profile, so that doesn't score as high.
So these are strictly grants that, they're not loans, they're not low interest loans, they're not anything, they're just a grant that they can apply to, help business startups.
That is correct, Councilman Trujillo. And when we looked at this, and it's not just startup, it's if they want to just...
Existing.
Yes, ma'am. If they want to improve what they're doing, we want to help them. Then we look at the square footage of the facilities of what they have. The number of employees, full-time and part-time, and how are they going to score? Whether they are a tax revenue system business or they are a non-sales tax revenue system. The reason that we broke it up into two groups is washatarias. Okay, keep in mind that they're using y'all's water, but they're not paying a sales tax. Make sense? Okay.
A lot of water.
Yep. And then the length of time that the business has been in existence. Those individuals that have been here longer, they score higher. It's not to say that a brand new company isn't going to, but we want to reward those groups that are really have been concreted into this community. But we also want to help those that have great ideas coming into the community or expanding a business or creating a new business. So we've broken down those in business over 10 years, those in over 5 but less than 10, and then all others. If they score 40 to 50 points, they're eligible for a $50,000 grant. 30 to 39 is $40,000. 20 to 29 is a $30,000 grant. And below 20 is a $20,000 grant. So if the idea is good and it doesn't fit the bigger criteria, we still want to help them. And that the scale system was developed in January of 2026. For the last few months, obviously, we knew we were going to have a growing war chest, but we wanted to sit down and come up with plans that were going to benefit the locals who have been so hard vested or have been vested in this community.
And I think this is important for people to be aware of, because so many times we get a hit as city council or the county that we give these tax abatements, and people ask, hey, where assistance do local established businesses get? And I think there is help available if they just present the plans and reach out, ask for help. There's resources for them.
but you need to get your website fixed.
We did, and that was something that after you got a hold of me, we got a hold of Bright Soul and explained to them what the situation was, because I think the old website that the city has was never taken down and ours was replaced. I'm not sure, Mayor. We're going to have a meeting tomorrow, I think,
Yes, we had been in talks with our person that does the website to revamp it, and so they've been working on it this last month. And so tomorrow they're going to present it to us. Like how
What's the deal about this first Keystone?
Do you remember the gentleman, Jeff Price? He had opened up the facilities outside of, over there by ESD 1, the fire station.
It's part of that development that they have out there that they're working on, it's an industrial park, Councilman Grant, and that's where the ESD chose to come into play. And they have an obligation to pave and finish the roads out there. And Jeff because it's taken a long time, the prices of everything went up, and that's what he was doing. So he was trying to get money out of the EC to help with the roads.
And our board,
Jimmy's board said, I'm not helping with the roads.
He came in
twice.
Twice?
Yes, sir.
What's the time limit between one denial to the next one? How long do you have to wait?
Well, he actually came in 3 different times. He pulled it one time because he had met multiple times with Charles and met multiple times with me. It went back to my predecessor. Ken advised me as to what was started, what the discussions were, and there were never any promises made. But he didn't fit the criteria of the grants because we are not out to help corporate USA. We're out to help mom and pops. So now there are always those exceptions, and that is where the incentive program is driven. So anyway, that's what we did. And I think there's one other grant that reimbursement to the town of Pecos City, and Heather might remember this more than I do. After Mr. Winkles left, he had reminded me that we had an obligation to the town of Pecos City with regards to $155,000 incentive for bells. Do you remember that one? What was that about, right? 100?
I do remember that one.
So we reimbursed the city, but it came from the reimbursements of the green check, and it's not on there because it was an obligation that our board made with the town of Pecos City. It didn't go directly to bells. It went directly to the city for helping with the upkeep of that property.
I think it's had something to do with their storefront.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe?
And parking lot? Yes.
So regardless, all this business is small, old, everybody has a criteria to follow to get a grant.
Yes, sir. And we welcome, and I will tell you that, can I pat you on the back, Councilman Carrasco? I think because Councilman Carrasco, some people that approached him and he told them, come and see us. And so we've had some good applicants that have come in with their vision as to what they're wanting to do, so.
Well, if everybody's done, I'll take over item F11. I'm about to get on my soapbox here, so.
Yeah, we're on F12.
F12. Can you name some of the new retail businesses you brought in and what incentives have you offered them?
Well, we went over the one with Dollar Tree. And of course, the other pieces of land along 285 where everybody wanted. It's locked up. So we had to work with the town of Pecos City or the Reeves County to help us with the 12 acres of land for commercial incentives. When I took over, we had a group that was helping us, Retail Strategies, and they were charging us $37,500 or something like that per year. We're working with the local realtor who is certified to do commercial realty, Chrissy Carrasco, and then the county, because the land initially of that 7 acres of the 12 was county land. It was Old Road and Bridge, and Lincoln East, county land. So where the most desirable places is land that we're barely getting to. So we're working with the commercial realtors to help us. Now, the same gentleman that built the Dollar Tree, also we recruited the car wash, Mighty Car Wash, that is here. And then there is the other one that we helped, or we thought we were going to help Varela, Andre Varela, and Zane Kinney. And they ended up opting to work with Roger Soriano, who is the owner of the land that is between AutoZone and Fireworks. So the visibility is on 285. That count is where all of it is. I mean, and so the people that we could help along the projects, King Shark, we did US 285, they've been parked. But remember, if you got to have two separate businesses with two separate accounts, not just one name or one owner, one umbrella, and then the two projects. So we constantly are working. We now have a land bank, so to speak, for commercial realtors along the 285. That's where we're targeting. And we also are trying to be cognizant of the fact that actually what one of the ladies presented, does it all have to be greasy fast food? We're trying to do the eateries that are going to be more deep or more ideal for our community that consistently grows, that people are looking for, you know, activity or places to eat.
To variety.
Yes.
So we mentioned $1 million of interest. Have you ever considered putting that in a different line item to help out these businesses? You're sitting here, and this is where I'm gonna go on the soapbox, because you're telling us one thing, and I went to all these businesses this month, because I'm a small business owner here in this community. I can count on one hand how many business owners from Pecos are building new establishments, and I'm not gonna name them, but you got King Shark's one. I went to King Shark, they said they turned in an application a year ago and you guys never followed up on it and they haven't heard anything. And to credit to that is all these business owners that I had approached feel like the EDC is too concerned about the big businesses and are not concerned about the small businesses. And this is feedback. This ain't nothing I'm just coming up out of thin air. They feel that anything that you are doing, you're more welcoming the bigger businesses, such as giving them $150,000. I get it, it's a bigger business. But they feel like, okay, you give them such a hard time when it comes for them to get incentives, but are you giving the other companies a hard time? And I know it's not fair to say, but this is the feedback that I received, okay? I approached 7 businesses. One of the business owners stated that your application process is only eligible every 5 years. That's something that we might want to look into making every 3 years, because your average lease on a building is 3 years. And it would motivate more existing businesses owners to start a new business every 3 years instead of waiting 5. And with that being said and done, I'll get off subject here. The Million Entrepreneur Challenge is a business plan competition funded by the MDC Corporation that engineers and supports existing businesses to participate to develop businesses here. And the small business owners, which I could bring back to the council meeting one day, will speak to you directly to tell you that you guys have not been supported. Your application process also denied a business owner, which I got feedback, for lack of character. And when I'd asked your vice president during a lunch what lack of character meant, he stated that your board members went rogue and acted independently, impulsively on their own because they're part of the 4-H club, and he pissed off somebody at the 4-H club, so y'all used that lack of character to determine his EDC incentive. Now let me finish, please. That itself is telling me, okay, you're using very selective pick and choosing, but this gentleman that got denied has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to this community. I don't see Dollar Tree donating to the Easter egg celebration, and I sure as hell don't see Starbucks. So when these business owners are going to you and they're bending over backwards and you're shutting them down for character flaws because they pissed off somebody at the 4-H club, that really strikes a nerve with me. Because now you're picking and choosing instead of reclusing yourself from votes and even not even straying or persuading they should have no say as a board member. If I was a 4-H club board member, and this is what I was told, I would recluse myself from voting and swaying any kind of persuasion to deny him a loan. My wife too, and I don't care for special ownership. It's not a secret who really builds businesses in this town. We just got rid of Aunt Chango's axe when she built a $500,000 training facility that was needed in this community. And every time she would call, she would get pushback, say, well, it's every 5 years, or this, and that, or your HVAC receipts didn't add up. And it's not personal. I'm just telling you because I know all these people that are building the businesses. I talk to them every day. They come to me. And they're like, why should we build more businesses if we're the ones giving more sales tax? In reality, when all the oil field companies and all these companies are gone, I get it. But those were the people that made good money, build another business, and they don't have no backing. So you're sitting us telling us everything we want to hear, and I'm hearing the opposite.
Well, can I address that?
Absolutely, of course.
I had recommended to the board that we move it from 16 months to the 3 years, the 36-month process. They have chosen to keep it like that. So that's number one. Number two, I had to make the call to the gentleman that was denied. I explained to him what the process was and where the board chose to make a motion and a second and we voted in. Mr. Carrasco, I went to that gentleman and I made the first initial call to him when they opened up the flower shop.
Does that gentleman give money to this community?
I'm not saying that he doesn't.
That has to be at the discretion of them. I think if we could go down and say, oh, they've donated money, they've done this, I mean, but they have to meet the certain criteria that the board has to approve it. I mean, we could go and say, well, so-and-so doesn't like me, or we have to have the facts, and I think that that's something that should be discussed, I think, at a later date when we're we're looking here at different businesses that have been approved and that have gotten money. There's some that are pending, inquired. I mean, I think that's, I understand that you're sticking up for this family, and I know they've done a lot to the for the community, but I mean, we have to, the hearsay is just, I don't think that's appropriate. I think we need to have.
It's not hearsay. I had a meeting with the vice president.
It needs to be like something in writing, something more official than so-and-so said they're mad because of whatever. I just think that's, when we're dealing with grants or funds such as this, I think there has to be, it has to go through the correct channels, and I feel, I think it's inappropriate to discuss it like that.
It's not inappropriate when you're talking to business owners that are giving you what they were told. Your vice president told me that y'all denied him because of the problem you have with the 4-H club. Is that correct?
That is a
Okay, it is
motion.
correct. So what does the 4-H club have to do with EDC incentives?
I'm not a voter, Mr. Carrasco. All I did
That
was.
has to be the board.
It's
That's like
the
somebody can
board.
ask us, why didn't you vote that way? Because my friend
That
gives
seems-
donates a lot of money
Mr.
for
Carrasco,
something. That's just, it's not right.
I was not aware of any of it that happened. When I called them with enthusiasm, when Heather spoke to them, we were enthused about the possibility of them being able to get, we even explained to them, we were looking at raising the limits. That caught me by surprise as well, sir.
It seems to me that you're undermining the organization's mission. And with that being said and done, is we can't make judgment because of something that I, as a council member, cannot come here and take it out on somebody because I had a problem with them. When the time comes to make a decision, I have to recluse myself if I do, but I'm not openly going to say it, to say, hey, we didn't help him because we had a problem with him at the 4-H club. That doesn't make sense. He's building businesses. All these businesses, the last 6 of them, I approached them. And they're not very happy with you guys. I can tell you that right now. They're not happy that you guys, to them, 20,000, it ain't nothing. That's what you make on your line. You make $1 million of interest off of one account. You're telling me you can't throw a bone to these 6 companies that are building brand new? I don't see nobody else building that's local. That's
Mr. Carrasco,
There has to be
the board made the criteria.
I get it.
We have amended it. If you want to speak with them, you know, we want to have a workshop about it and hear their view of it, let's do it. I have no problem in that. But I'm not the voter of whether they are awarded or not. All I do is present the facts of what was given to me.
And not only that, you know, if they're denied, because some of this is the criteria, is their credit history, their credit payback. If that doesn't match, a bank ain't gonna even look at you. I had a small business in Odessa, and I had to come with a business plan just to get the money. Well, it was actually an end. But, you know, they're not just gonna give you money just because of who you are. They're gonna give you money because you're credit worthy. And if you're not credit worthy, you can be the nicest guy that gives out, but if you're not credit worthy, you're getting nothing. And that's all I got to say, because I'm not a business owner right now. But as much as the EDC has helped in the last few years to this businesses, you know, one thing is coming to ask for a grant, but make sure your paperwork is right, your credit history is right, your business plan is right, because you've got criteria that you've got to meet, and if you can't meet it, it's not the board's problem, or it's not the director's problem, it's your problem. Because if I didn't bring everything right, then I'm going to be denied. And I have experienced that 2-3 different times with different things that we did when we lived in Odessa. So I knew what we had to do, and you know, that's just the way business is done. But just because I know who you are and you know who you are, that doesn't mean you're going to bend backwards to give me something. If I can't even pay it back.
Just something to think about. Is there a way that y'all can review those applications without a name on it? Score them without the name?
You know, that's not a bad idea. It really isn't.
I don't
It's
have
just something to
anything
think
else.
about.
I don't have nothing else on incentives, but I'll tell you, these businesses are the ones that are building more businesses. You talking about taking care of those that are local? What is $20,000 when you're making almost $1 million of interest? Why are you got to give them pushback? Why not just say, damn? You know, and that's something that we'll talk to the board eventually.
Yeah.
I'm done with item F14.
We'll go to item F13, presentation of the status update on the Hidden Heroes Essential Workers Housing Project, Strategic Goal 1, Sustainable Economic Development.
Mayor and council, as y'all are aware, and you heard Ernie earlier today with enthusiasm talking about the projects that, or the funding that is coming from the Hidden Heroes. Let's run it back there. Initially, the Pecos Economic Development Corporation identified 5 phases of housing that we would be able to work with. The first one being the Troy Vines. The second one was the current location where the police station is and the animal shelter. The third one is directly south of Well Springs Apartment. Phase 4 was Jackson Street, the uncompleted homes on the lots out there. And then 5 was the land by Cyclone build and the soon-to-be built Pecos or Reeves County Water Park. Update right now, we are working on phase 3. Contracts were signed and dirt began to, or started being moved during the week. The build out will consist of dirt work, foundation, infrastructure, and outer fencing. The next the 4 stages of the build out on the units are 7, 10, 7, and 3 to equal the 27 units that will be out there on the 3 acres. Phase 1, an RFQ has already been issued out for contractors and subcontractors. It's been published in the newspaper twice. We eagerly await to hear individuals that will be interested. It is our hope that depending upon what happens with phase 3, that 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units are going to be popular. It's a question of density. You know, you heard earlier Mr. Salcido talk about there's only so many places that you can build. So that is our concern. But if you go up, you can get just as much square footage, but in a smaller space. Yes, ma'am.
When do the RFQs have to be in by?
I want to say it's the middle of April.
It's already the end of April.
We're already here.
I'm sorry. The middle of May. We've had 3 groups that have approached us already. One from El Paso. Again, Carlos de Rosa, who's building the townhomes right now, is interested in it. And then, of course, the 3D Sapphire that y'all saw the presentation of yesterday, and then that they have talked to y'all about. Now, as far as phase 4 is a part of the build-out that was done, that is being done by the private sector as a part of their tax abatement process. And those are single-family homes. And those homes must adhere to the requirements of the deed restrictions that were put in place.
There's covenants.
Yeah, exactly. Phase 5 will most likely be the next build out because it's up to y'all as to when y'all do the police station, and for us to be able to acquire the land based upon the price that we had established with the land swap between the town of Pecos City, the EDC, and the hospital district. Okay, we are closing on the hospital district land tomorrow, and that money will just be put in escrow until y'all are ready to move forward with the new police station. That was our commitment to Mr. Lino, correct, Mr. Lino? That we will hold the money in escrow until y'all are ready to move forward with yours?
Yes.
Okay, and whether y'all use that land, or whether y'all purchase land or land is given to you, that money will still go with y'all as our commitment. And phase 2, like I said, it depends upon the town of Pecos City and the animal shelter. Mayor, I brought a copy of the newspaper, May 8th. Okay. Is the date. So that takes us to where we are with the Hidden Heroes, and then I think then Heather has her part with the phase 3. We are diligently looking for the things that need to occur because we know that the infrastructure costs are expensive, and that's where the board has chosen to consider focusing dollars so we can get them built. You know, we have people that will be moving in. Workforce is an issue. The educated workforce is an issue. The trained technical workforce is an issue. The eatery issue, workforce is an issue. And so we're trying to hit as many things as we can, you know.
Yeah, and we need to move forward with this because phase one should have already been almost completed 2 years ago in April. Is when phase one was introduced, when Senator Gonzalez showed up and all that, and we missed out on that $10 million because we didn't meet the time frame for it or whatever happened. But, you know, what would those apartments look like right now? Those, I can't remember, 54 or 55 phase one. How would they be sold out? All the new homes right now are being bought. Everything being built is being bought. So we're 2 years behind from the hidden heroes since we started.
Okay, so I just have a question. On the plans that are on here, this item, it only looks like there's 6 units, not 7 units.
Mayor, Carlos, there's a total of 27. 7, 7, 10, and 3.
Correct. The first 7 is in the northwest corner.
But I'm just looking at this, it says building A, floor plan 1 and 2, but it looks like there's just 6 units there, not 7 units.
Is it cut off by any chance? Because, I mean, our plan showed that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then in unit would be where the staircase and everything is, isn't it? Or is that another unit?
No, that's another one there. They're self-contained. They're self-contained townhomes.
Okay. So I keep turning it and it keeps turning on me.
Mayor, we're gonna put it on the screen for you.
Oh, okay,
I know it's-
yeah. 1, 2, 3, I see, so is that in unit down here, is that another unit?
Yes, there are 6 2-bedrooms, and then there's a 3-bedroom.
Okay.
So that's the one that is out.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
sir.
the one I'm thinking.
Yes, sir.
That answered my question. So, when do you project all the dirt work will be done for this?
The first phase was, 120 days was given, 150 days was given. Carlos and his group are looking at passing that, or cutting it down almost in half if they can. It's an aggressive timeline, but it's that we have to put up the perimeter wall mainly for the sound barrier.
Right.
That's going to take time, and then of course the pad. That
we were able to in phase 1 include all 4 slabs in phase 1 along with the perimeter wall that goes down the south, west, and north side of the project. It also encompasses about a quarter of Arizona Street on the southeast side. And so we started moving dirt, obviously, and we're going to start on that perimeter wall as far as getting to elevation, and then we'll go in with our footer. Blocks are currently being made for that section of perimeter wall. So as soon as we get that to elevation, get our footer built and poured, we'll start going up that as we're infilling and building our floor pads. It'll all work simultaneously, where as we're wrapping up our pads, we'll have utilities come through the middle of the property. The beautiful part about it is that after we cut those utilities in, we'll still have our dirt crew here to go back and recompact behind them. I'd say ideally within the first 6 weeks, we'll be completely done with dirt. The county's been great to work with. They're giving us all the manpower they can give us. And Mr. Leno, Jimmy, they've all been fantastic. So we're finally here. I think everybody kind of take a breath, right? And it's all. I've been here for 10 years, and I've built two facilities here. I know back then it was met with opposition on the man camp side, right? But I do come from a law enforcement upbringing. Both my parents were law enforcement, so this is a really important project. And when I met Jimmy,
Carlos, for the record, it's Carlos de la Rosa for Silver
I'm
Fox
sorry,
Construction.
I apologize.
Okay.
When I met Jimmy, like I said, this the EDC and collective with the city, we all done a really great thing. We're really proud to be a part of it. This is Brian Benson. We've been business partners for 6 years. Humberto Vega, who has been in this community for 15 years as a plumber. We've been friends for 10 years and worked together on multiple projects across the state of Texas. He's actually going to work as our superintendent as well, which we feel we feel really good about that because of his knowledge of the area and his relationship with the county of Pecos City. Working with Conrad and him being oversight we feel as a whole, the team that has been put together between the city, the EDC, ourselves,
The county and the hospital.
and the county and the hospital, we want to put a good show on and provide the housing for the, we see it all day, every day. And so, we appreciate y'all and thank you for the opportunity.
Any issues with permits?
It's been a little bit smoother than most places.
Come on, Councilman Graham.
Do you have anything?
No, we appreciate the opportunity. We're ready to get to work, and Carlos came down here all over your bones a year and a half ago and first started inquiring about it, and so we're glad to finally be here.
That's all I have, Mayor, Council.
Who's getting what for Hidden Heroes? This is the first time I've heard, and probably second time. Who's getting what?
There's going to be 27 units on that effort.
Yeah.
And one, for the MOU, the way it was done is going to be for the EDC to manage the property. The rest are going to be divided pro rata to the hospital, the county, and the city. And there's an initial agreement that we will all contribute that was passed by council a while back, that each entity will contribute $3.5 million for the project, with the $2 million grant that we're talking about that should make up the majority. But when the units are dispersed and they're complete, it's going to be based on square footage. So like if the hospital gets more of the large ones or the county gets more of the large ones, they're going to pony up some more money and the city can do a refund depending on the
How many does the city get?
up to
Up to 7. Well, it's a lottery based.
but we will get our exactly 1/3 of what's available. That's the way
We
they
get 7, give or take?
Yes, sir.
6 or 7. That's
Who's the 3 units?
No, it's lottery based. So let's just say the hospital picks first. They get to pick a 2-bedroom because that's who they know is the most important employee to them.
What was
that's
agreed
on the
is
list.
we'll go forward one way and then we'll go backwards the next one.
No
So whoever
favoritism.
picks first.
Exactly.
Picks on the next group picks
Hospital, county,
and city.
And city.
city.
Just 3 entities that way.
Okay, so
Fair is fair.
So-
Nurses go first. Fair is fair.
So do we know how many city employees are going to be interested in these townhomes?
We're putting out a survey, Mayor, just to let you know. I've had several already tell me that they're going to fill out and they are interested. So I think we're going to have
It
some.
needs to be in there. And,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so we're going to, Edwards has a program called Quatrix, and we're going to put out a survey to get information back so that we can provide you all with the anticipated need.
I mean,
Because
if there's only 5 employees that's interested in it, then we only need 5 units.
that's correct.
That's correct.
And then that's all we will take at
Okay.
that time, because the hospital said if there's
The
any extra,
hospital,
they'll
like, they
take
need
it.
all of them.
Yeah.
They-
PD though, the PD, that would be a great recruitment tool also to have
It
that
would.
kind of a-
And
So
I
let's
think
not
the-
give them all away just
No.
yet.
Yeah, and I think the survey is also going to be something that's going to allow us to know what the demand is, so that as we move into phase one, phase two, the rest of the phases that we've had this general discussion with the county and the city and the school and the ESDs, that we know exactly what the demand is from the
Yeah,
city
do they
staff.
want 2 bedrooms, do they want 3, do they want, yeah.
Okay, so what's the allocation going to be without knowing how many each one wants? Like we got 27. How many is the hospital going to get? How much is the county going to get?
It's going to be divided equally, Randy. We have the option, and if the city, because we don't have the demand, and we only want 5, and the county and the EDC, or the county and the hospital district
We'll
get to
split the
decide, they
rest.
can buy the rest. And Brenda's already committed that, she said, whatever the city or the county doesn't want, we'll buy.
Okay, so it's going to be the county, the hospital, the city, and the
And that's it.
ESD. Not the ESD.
The
Not
EDC.
EDC.
Right.
EDC
The
has
management
one
of it.
unit per the agreement, and that's it, and then the others are distributed evenly with the 3 entities.
Leo as a landlord is like, there has to be protection in here. We just are not gonna let everything go and not have any supervision out there. We're trying to make it also a smart community where the fiber is there, the cameras will be out in the area. It was part of the group, part of the reason that we had the SS4A to begin with, because we have so many people out there that are walking and running and not well enough lit, and you have the truck drivers out there at pilot. So we did the best job that we could based upon a 3-acre piece of land, engineering it out, and still staying within code and expectations of what
Well, if
the
you
entities wanted.
Have all your internet fiber optics in there, are you going to do like electronic door locks, and is there going to be a gate?
No, because if it's gated, then the city cannot maintain the street that goes in and out of it, okay? That's one of the requirements, unless you have the fees that go along with it, and that's not established right now. It does have the right to have an HOA if the entities decide. The whole idea is for the individuals to have a set rent rate based on the 2 bedrooms and the 3 bedrooms, with that intent that after the first 3 years, the majority of the money that is there will go towards their down payment. Okay, so it's a recruitment and retention tool.
To put it on the tax rolls, but then there will be a caveat in there to where if you don't stay for, and it's going to be individually specific by taxing entity, you don't stay a certain amount of time, it reverts automatically back to
The entity.
So they can't sell it for a profit.
That is excellent. So the first 3 years are the rent, the next 3 years are the lease purchase, and then you got them basically for 6 years. That's the whole idea. So,
They have to refinance after 6 years.
I'm sorry?
They have to refinance.
There's no finance. So the down payment that they got is now going to be given to them
Towards the purchase.
towards the purchase.
And they will be financing come year 3, Randy.
Yep.
After year 3.
Okay.
That's when they would be do
But they
the
were
lease
renting for 3
purchase.
years and then.
Yes, sir.
And then if they purchase it-
Lease purchase in the next 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I thought
They'd
that was
have
6
to,
years.
they'd have to finance the entire cost of the property after the 3rd year, with the lease amount in the first 3 years.
Oh, so it's lease purchase the first 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they have to keep it for 3 years after that,
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the covenants in there.
or
So we're-
whatever the taxing entity
Yeah.
says. They can't automatically, they get it and then they flip it for.
That's correct.
Did you want to do 15 before you do 14? Man? Sure.
We're through with the 10 zeros? Okay, so you want to go skip to 15?
And I've heard, I think, the
Yeah,
part of
it's most of it, it's just making sure that, thank you. Okay, so this is item F15, discuss, consider economic development corporation reporting and transparency, including the level of detail and reporting and expectations for the EDC activities, including financial, programmatic,
I've never heard that word before. And business development updates, and that's what we've been asking. I mean, we've asked for a lot of detail
Right.
tonight. And I know that we all all invited to one EDC meeting
Every 6 months.
months, but it's like, in between, we need some information.
I think what would help, and if this is just a suggestion, because I like your idea about not putting a name on the applicant, scoring it from there. But maybe what we do is during the workshop, and Mr. Lino can do this, 2 or 3 of the council, if not all, and a couple of our board members, and then tell us what you would like the reporting to look like, and then it becomes systematic, especially things to the part of anything that's over $5,000 or $50,000. So you have an itemized deal, then we know exactly what it needs to be. Anything that doesn't go on monthly, so that to the report that you gave me, Mr. Graham or Councilman Graham, we address it in that report, and then it's ongoing. It's sort of like the footnotes that should occur, because to your point, you're there 1 month, and then the next time it's Councilman Carrasco, and then after that it's Councilman Graham, and then it's going to be Councilman Saldana, and then Councilman Arona, and then Councilwoman Trujillo, and then the cycle starts all over again. So, I mean, I'm open to anything. I know that we've been inundated with a lot of projects. When Councilwoman Trujillo was there, even 15, 20 minutes after we were done, she was just asking away the things that all of y'all are asking. And I was just like, yes, ma'am. And she at least had a chance to visit with one of the board members,
Should have taken notes, probably.
Yeah, and voice some of the concerns and stuff. So we're welcome to any of it.
So I don't think there's anything really to discuss or consider, but it's just, we as a council just want more information. And, I mean, it's like, the public, we can talk about power plants coming in. We can talk about data centers coming in. We can talk about these things that may be coming in, but they don't see that. They want to see restaurants. They want to see stores.
Houses.
They want to see houses. And that's part of all the economic development. And that's what they're looking at, but we can't find a house to live in.
Yeah.
We have the same old restaurants coming in all the time. We need something new coming in. So that's where, I know that other is important, but this is important.
But isn't part of the recruitment in some certain restaurants, it's based on population and income size?
Franchises, yes.
Foot
Different,
traffic.
yes, right? That, I remember hearing about that and being confused, saying, there's so many dollars, and I thought it was correlated just, okay, they're just gonna automatically come to Pecos, but there's so many different little details and portions that I think people are confused about.
I have a little bit of insight since Ken was
From where?
Ken was with the EDC, but it's like one of the very first trainings, he says, you have to have housetops before you get retail. You have to have the houses for you to live in. But then whenever he started trying to get some of these bigger names, the Starbucks and all that, well, they're saying, you don't have the traffic, you don't have the volume, you don't have the traffic counts, you don't have this, you don't have that. But we have it, but it's not on
The population.
It's just the population.
The
Because they look at that, that's the first thing they look at is our population.
Like the census,
and our
right?
official census is way low, much lower than it really is.
You know what else they look at? Water meters.
Mhm.
And they also look at the
Employment,
income.
Yeah.
What is the medium income? And again, to the point that we were out in Austin, we told the Workforce Commission, and we explained to Senator Blanco and his staff and the Economic Development, or the Governor's Office of Economic Development, Corporation and Tourism, we told them that the numbers are not reflecting. Therefore, the people are living here and claim, or their employers are saying they are living there, and they're not living here. They're transit workers. And it is affecting not only the use of natural resources that y'all have, the wear and tear of facilities or infrastructure that y'all have, but then it's not reflective of the salaries.
Right.
the household
Well,
income.
because they're paid out of Houston or
Exactly.
Right.
Shreveport or
We're
wherever,
experiencing that
wherever their home office
firsthand
is.
is because like the new company that just purchased us, they're based out of New Jersey and Florida. So they're grossly unaware of the challenges that we have here in our area. And they're like, you guys have been way off of the pay scale. I'm like, no, we haven't been. It's competitive. And they're like, how could fast food be paying $15+ They're like, that's unheard of. I'm like, well, look, research. You guys didn't research Pecos, Texas. And so that's a big problem.
There are problems, but there's possible good solutions down the road. And of it is, you know, where do you get the balance with the number of barbershops that you have? Where do you have the balance with the next commercial segue or sector? I mean, it's just an ongoing issue.
It's a big challenge.
Yeah, it is. But I've heard, I understand, I will take it, Mayor. Maybe you and I can sit down and with Charles and then kind of start the process of what you would like that annual or that quarterly report to look like. And then it'll solve a lot of the problems to the degree that we can solve those that are the knowns. The others are the things that we need to work on with the board based upon what the council is suggesting. Okay.
Mayor and Council, if I may, I want to also harken back to the presentation earlier in the meeting today. It's partially why we're, creating an arm here inside the city in my portfolio that can help support the EDC and work with them and start to really look at specific data points that we can use that data-driven analysis to come and share with the EDC and others to start to attract the kind of companies with real data about what's really pressuring our infrastructure and doing all of those things. And then the other thing that I would mention, and we're really excited to be able to work more with the EDC, the bylaws currently indicate that what needs to be included in the quarterly report, and I think that that's a great starting point for us to do. And I think we've shared that, and I think we can work with you again in the future to make sure that that's quarterly on the agenda and that it's on the agenda with those items. And so I believe that's what you were asking us for, and so we're excited to be able to support Jimmy and his team in that work.
Do we have any procurement laws for EDC board members or conflict of interest guidelines set in place? Because we're setting all these for future boards, and we're here talking about transparency. I've been getting a lot of complaints from small business owners, once again, trucking companies, hauling companies, and I need a simple yes or no answer. Are your board members getting contracts to work that the EDC is bringing in?
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
How would you not know that your board members are not being hired to do contracts and work coming in?
We don't handle those contracts.
So
I mean, those individuals may have reached out to one or two or three or all of them.
So you're not aware of any board members getting contracts?
I know that David did some work for the test track because they were under a strict guideline to clean it up before the close. I'm aware of that one.
You see how this comes back to character, being transparent? It just makes us, we're all involved. One council does something, we all involved, right? So it's kind of the same thing going back to the EDC. We're not being transparent where they're telling me, you guys are always robbing money because your board members are getting all the work. And the last time I walked in the EDC, they told me that they pretty much had it covered. And I don't like to hear that. And it's come to my attention, when these things come to me, it's like, it's a simple yes or no. Is your board getting the work? And that becomes a conflict of interest because the board is abusing its power to get work. And yet, y'all pretty much...
Inside information. But, like David goes and does that work at the test track.
Yes.
It's coffee shop, they're going to say, well, did you know that David went out there? He must be getting that from his position at the EDC. And there it goes, the rumors.
We don't have a policy that I'm aware of.
Same thing like us, like, the city council has free water, or they're getting free parking at so-and-so, or they're getting VIP stuff at Cyclone. I mean, people are going to raise the question of conflict all the time, but with like what she was suggesting, moving forward, having different guidelines and things to report to avoid people asking those questions.
Ken used David because he knew David had the equipment.
Yeah.
And he would call around and find other, and nobody could do it, so he would use, David would do it.
You see how it looks?
It's appearance.
I mean, we could sit here and say, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. It is something wrong with it. Because it's really turning off a lot of small business owners that they're not getting a piece of the pie. And they go put their information at EDC and they all say, we pretty much got it covered.
Well, maybe what we do is that on the boards that they're appointed, that, they take the position that they recuse themselves from.
Should have done that a long time ago.
Let's make
Don't
that
have
a
a
policy.
business.
But, yeah, because y'all are the ones that appoint the board. So y'all do the policy and we'll live with it.
Can we look at the bylaws? I don't know if I've looked at them in a while.
But just the conflict of interest form and all
Are they
that.
actually, they should be attached on this item?
Yeah, they're in our
They should be attached on
packet.
your agenda item.
Package tonight?
Yes, sir. On this item.
So I gotta take this home?
I can send it to you.
We'll
I just
email it
need
to you
to
directly, Randy.
review it.
Okay, thank you.
Print it out for
I'm old
Randy
school.
with a
Anything?
highlighter.
Anything else? Because I don't think there was any discuss, it was just,
Wait a minute. She gets free water?
I get
You mentioned
VIP
it.
parking at Cyclone. And the little wagon goes and picks me up and takes me to Cyclone. I mean, where's Cassie? Don't put that in the newspaper.
Wait,
So do we-
tell the boys at the coffee
Wendy,
shop.
do we need to do anything on F-15 since we're
I
really
don't
not,
get through.
Just no action.
no action?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any purpose, let me just put that on the record. I really don't. Randy.
Y'all have a wonderful evening. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so we'll go to F-14, discuss, consider resolution 26-04-03R, a resolution confirming the Pecos Economic Development Corporation's lead role in the procurement process for the Hidden Heroes Essential Workers Housing Project Phase 3, ratifying and confirming the selection of the engineer and contractor firm, and acknowledging phased bonding and construction. Strategic Goal 1, Sustainable Economic Development. Okay, and I have a real quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know we have MOUs.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have an actual contract between the three taxing entities for
There's-
phase 3?
That MOU is acting as the formal agreement there. The agreements that are coming into play now, and the reason that Heather's bringing this now, is the agreement through the MOU is that the city will be the lead agency and handle all the financial piece of it. So now that they're getting ready to start doing all of the construction, it has to flow through the city. So that's why Heather's bringing this today, to let you know that this is the start of the phase to where now everything must flow through our office in order to get anything done.
You ready to call the item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Mayor and council.
Took me a while, but I did.
So I'm sorry for that. Mayor and council, this item asks for your approval of resolution 26-04-03R. And of course, this is related to the Hidden Heroes Essential Workers Housing Project Phase 3 that EDC Director Jimmy Dutchover just gave an update on. Basically, this resolution formally ratifies the EDC's lead role in that procurement process. This is also confirming that the EDC selection of Kleinman Consultants as the engineer and their selection of Silver Fox Construction LLC as the contractor. And just to give you a little context, Silver Fox Construction submitted the lowest responsive bid at a little over $17.5 million. And after 2 rounds of valve re-engineering with the EDC, the project cost was reduced to $12.867 million. And of course, they still have the target budget of trying to reach 12.5.
They came down a bunch.
Yes, it came down through, and they negotiated that twice with the EDC.
Who did the EDC have representing them?
Is it Jim?
Bobby Maldonado is their attorney,
I'm not
Randy.
sure.
They didn't have an engineer involved in
They did not. Kleinman is their engineer that they used to get all of that done.
So this resolution is ratifying that process was done through the EDC, and we're acknowledging that.
Now everything comes through the city. Once we approve this, everything.
yes, this gives us this allows us to carry on with the MOU, the context of the MOU, because the agreement in context was that the city would manage and maintain and control all of the monies so that we could be accountable and give monthly reporting on these projects. We have established the bank accounts as we planned on doing, so we now have everything set up so that we can take it over. And now that they're getting ready to move and moving into the dirt phase, this is how the city's going to be able to control that and report out to the other agencies.
This is what we agreed on 3 years ago.
It is, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we don't have
It's
a
just that
official contract.
now they're finally turning dirt, Councilman Graham, and so that's when
So
we're
that's
getting
when-
ready. And with that being said, if you all ratify this or pass this resolution, we will instruct staff to send a bill out to the county and the hospital for the $3.5 million, because the agreement was also that we'll have it in an interest-bearing account that can be used for this, but it's under the city's control.
I can't believe that was 3 years ago that we talked, I remember talking about it, that we.
Yes, it was right when I became
So yeah, 3 years,
3
wow.
years.
Yes, and then also this resolution, it also authorizes and acknowledging that this project is to proceed, the Phase 3 project is going to proceed in phases. And the reason is because that'll go alongside with Silver Fox's bonding. They'll have to bond in phases as well. So this resolution is only approving the first phase
Which
of
is
the
the first
construction.
7 units.
Which is the first 7 units in the amount of $2,189,376,000. So as each phase concludes, we'll be bringing resolutions. Yes, for the next phases.
Just like we did the cyclone.
It is.
We did phases, yeah.
Yes. If y'all have any questions, staff's recommendation is to approve this. Just to approve this resolution. Yes, and I also left you a memo in front of you that's highlighted. It'll say F14, and that just kind of basically summarizes what's in this resolution.
I like this.
Well, I'll make the motion, if there's no more questions, any more questions? Make the motion, we approve resolution 2602403R.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Saldana, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to approve Resolution 26-04-03R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. And we will go to
We have
item...
F17.
Huh?
F17?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
Item
gonna-
F17.
I apologize, Mayor.
Discuss, consider Resolution 26-04-02R, a resolution accepting the dedication of certain roadways, right-of-ways, and related public infrastructure improvements, including Madrone Drive, Pocatello Drive, and Soto Drive.
Mayor and council.
It didn't have a strategic goal on it.
That is a good catch.
It's not part of our strategic plan?
It is part of our strategic plan. So this item is for resolution 26-04-02R, as the mayor read. This basically accepts the dedication of roadway and related public infrastructure improvements in the first Keystone Pecos Industrial Park. And the roads are, as you can see here, they're the ones in red. The Madrone Drive, Ocotillo Drive, Soto Way. And this is out off Highway 17 where you'll see like the ESD. This whole entire area is known as Industrial Park. And here's our ESD. So we're only doing this. This little cul-de-sac is for future development. So just the red.
And I know the ESD really wants it cut out across the railroad track, but they're not gonna get it.
That's correct. That's already denied that. Of course, this was through a developer agreement. This is subdivision regulations that the city puts where anytime you're developing a subdivision, it is the developer's responsibility to develop the road
And they have, right?
Yes.
And they already paved it and all.
It's complete, it's been inspected. Our streets department went and inspected it as well. It was built to TxDOT standards, the streets, and it's in really well condition. So if approved tonight, this ordinance accepts these roads as public infrastructure. And it also authorizes city officials to execute any documents needed to complete the acceptance process, such as filing the right-of-way agreement.
Does this, the roads have curb and gutter, or this doesn't require?
They do not, because it's in an industrial.
Oh, okay,
And there is signage out there as well.
okay. Is there any more discussion? That's approved, 260402.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Saldana, a second for Councilman Graham, to approve Resolution 26-04-02R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries.
Thank you.
So do we have executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So at this time, we're gonna adjourn for regular session, or executive session, under Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real estate, 551.074, personnel issues, and 551.087, economic development, and it is 10:05 p.m. open session. It is 10:12. We did not have an executive session. Do we have items to discuss at our next city council meeting?
Procurement laws and conflict of interest for the EDC, please.
Bylaws.
Bylaw.
And do you want to know if there's a conflict of interest in the bylaws, or do you want to know if one can be followed?
Yeah, there's not. I've already looked through them.
Yeah, I didn't think there was.
Okay, so we didn't, okay, so we've got the recognition for Dorinda that we tabled. We've got the tax abatement for ISMO and the public comment that we tabled for next time.
Midland went down to 1 minute. That's terrible.
Anything else for our next meeting? Nope. Okay, then we are adjourned and it is 10:13 p.m.